Can you hear me? Cam-ups, can you all hear me? Thumbs up, please. Owain? Yeah, Joel, thank you. Yeah, I'm just happy we've got a solution for that. It's not ideal, but I can fix it for tomorrow. What I really wanted was on the top handle 4-channel to get that as well as the shotgun, because we had it working with the shotgun, then I had it working with that audio on there. It sounds fine. It's just coming back here, somewhere along this link back. I don't know if it's the UTAP just not letting it come through. No. You can hear me, right? Okay. Well, let's run this show. Sorry. Yeah.
The Progress Tour presents the Novellus Easter Bowl. It's showtime.
Hello and welcome to the Progress Tour's Novellus Easter Bowl. Welcome to Cardiff Met Tennis Centre, where this week we are hosting the Progress Tour event. Yet again, it's come back to the Welsh capital. Now this week it's a new innovative format. We've got 8 elite players come to Cardiff Met Tennis Centre, and they're going to be battling it out for a prize pot of £10,000. Now, as I said, it's a new format, and we want to engage all of you viewers on YouTube and on Twitch. We want to hear from you. We want to get your questions in, and we're going to answer them on commentary, and also the players. We're going to get some of their insight too at the end of sets, and of course at the end of matches with post-match interviews and all that insight. So do let us know if you've got any burning questions. We'll try and get to them. Now, a quick look at the groups. First up, it's a former Baylor University student. He's the #1 seed here this week. Following Finn Bass, it's Alexis Cantor, Charlie Swain, of course, the youngest player in the draw this week. And finishing off the Novellus group, it's Marshall Tutu, who's a regular appearer on the Progress Tour calendar. And then moving on to the Hotel Planner group this week, Ewan Lumsden leads the way, a Scottish superstar who's fresh off a doubles title in Scotland on the weekend. Ryan Storey, of course, a former top British junior who's been ranked as high as number 626 in the world rankings. Michael Shaw, of course, the man from Loughborough, and then David Quayle, the man from Wigan, who's just returned from competing in Portugal. But for now, let's take a look at the order of play for today. You can see the players are warming up behind me for the first match on show court. That is Finn Bass, the #1 seed, as I said, taking on the youngster, Charlie Swain. That's going to be a really exciting matchup, and we're going to bring you live commentary in just a moment's time. But first, we were having a media day yesterday, so let's take a look at all of the players from media day. Of this week. We're so lucky to be blessed with these 8 elite players, professional players coming back to Cardiff Met Tennis Centre. But for now, we're nearly underway with the first match on show court. It's Finn Bass taking on Charlie Swain. Live commentary coming from myself and Alex Slabinski, courtesy of Top Tennis Training, who's very lucky, and we're very lucky to have him this week. So that's coming right up. But first, just a quick thank you to our Alex Lubinsky. Alex, how are you doing? It's great to have you as the official broadcast partner this week. It's very exciting.
Thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day of tennis. A lot of action coming up, and we'll be here along the way, guiding you along the way, telling you all the insights of the game. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, and that's what's going to be great this week, and that's what we're trying to do with the Progress Tour, is try new innovative formats and like having you along and having those extra insights as well as the player insights, and having that is going to be really, really fun to have, I think, for the viewers.
Definitely, and it's going to be fun for us too, hey?
Oh, absolutely. I'm here for it. I worked a lot of hours into this, but there's only one reason for it. That's because it's going to be a lot of fun, and now we're finally here. It's so good to get some tennis underway.
Like it won't like.
No, I mean, unless you need to cough.
Swain. Charlie Swain.
Open to a fare that includes carry-on baggage, a tasty meal, and hundreds of shows to
So a reminder, Finn Bass, the #1 seed here this week, has the highest UTR rating. That's what the seedings have gone off. So he tops the Novellus group. A former Baylor University student, and back in the day, Millfield School student. So yeah, he's got around some of the best tennis institutions for sure. And he'll be looking to make full use of that this week. Oh, it's outrageous early on in this first game, Alex. I mean, your thoughts on that rally, because they haven't wasted any time in getting going here.
That was an amazing rally. I really like the use of touch there. So he went big down the line and then switched it up by change of tempo, used the slice, used the drop shot, brought him in, and actually ended up being quite dramatic out there.
Yeah, there's a few times where I thought, oh, okay, that's going to be the winner there. That's going to be the backhand line that's going to do it. But I've heard a lot of players speak yesterday about Finn's ability to change up rhythm. That's his biggest strength. So it'll be interesting to see how much he uses that drop shot today.
Definitely.
So there it is, first game on the board, and it's a break. Not what we were expecting for the first game to go that way. I mean, Bass was, as I said, he's known for his change of rhythm and his ability to be able to mess up the rhythm of opponents, but he's got a big serve as well, so that's a surprising start.
Well, he didn't get many first serves in that game, and actually a lot of the times when the player comes out, it's the first game, it's probably the biggest chance of you to break them. So that's why, you know, when you do the toss at the beginning, I always choose to receive. It just gives you that chance to just settle in and maybe get an early break, and that's what Charlie did just there.
It's interesting because I was watching, I think it was Monte Carlo, obviously on this week, and heard some of the commentators just point out that they've noticed players now are choosing to receive first, whereas actually back in the day it was more they were serving first, right? Has that been a shift?
Well, I think if you're playing a big server, you want to serve first because you know they're going to probably hold, so you want to be up. You want them serving down at the end of the set. But yeah, if you feel like you can get on some serves, then yeah, definitely choose to receive.
Yeah, it's the time to do it, and like these guys are so used to playing lots of matches. A lot of them are coming off the back of a couple of weeks in Monastir or out in Portugal. I know David Quayle, who's currently playing on court 4, has just come back from a UTR Pro Tennis Tour in Portugal. But nonetheless, when you're in a new venue, it takes a little bit of time to get used to it.
100% new courts, new balls, new conditions. Yeah, it gets some time to get going.
Oh,
that's a big return, that.
Bullet. Yeah, not just the serve that is big from Bass. He's
got the returns too.
Yeah, he's a big guy, powerful.
Interestingly, he went into the forehand with that serve, right into the slot. Not on that one though.
Yeah, if you're going to go to the forehand, it almost has to be that good.
It's a big serve as well, Charlie. We've got two quite big servers here.
Only 18 years old, Charlie Swain, so still studying for his A-levels at the moment.
I want to be 18 again.
Oh. Yeah, what were you up to at the age of 18? Were you on the circuit yet, or
not yet? No, I was training at an academy in Sutton, trying to improve my trade. So yeah, it was I was working hard, playing some. Well, just at the end of playing juniors, I had a big knee injury that I came out of as well at the age of 18. I was out for about a year and a half, so knee surgery. But yeah, at the age of 19, I kind of went full pro and started traveling and playing on tour. Miss hit there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, I guess, and it'd be interesting to get your thoughts on this, but as the younger player Charlie is, I mean, he's someone who has a lot of flair, obviously a lot of talent. He's really highly spoken of, just speaking to the other players yesterday on media day. But then what comes with sort of the inexperience is the ability to repeat that top level. Would you say that's the area where someone like Charlie will automatically improve over the next few years, just given the time on court?
Yeah, 100%. The more you play, the more matches you play, you start to learn how to construct points, how to win points, when to go for your shots, when to maybe hold back, play a little bit more safe. But it looks like he's got a big game and he can do a lot out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's already recorded some unbelievable results. Made the second round of Junior Wimbledon last year. Yeah, incredible, and he's already made an impact on the ITF circuit too.
Yeah.
Break back points for Bass.
That big serve there doesn't let him back in.
Well, it's interesting because maybe it's a mistake on my end, but the score currently says Bass 1-love up, so I don't know if the umpire called the wrong name.
I think he's pressed the wrong button there.
Yeah, let's we'll keep you updated on that one, but let's go with the score for now. Maybe that's a mistake on my end, so yeah, an important one for Swain to try and hold here to level up the match.
Oh, close call there.
Yeah,
that looked very close.
Yeah, great return.
Again, going into the forehand on that second serve, I know he was trying to go body, but I think if he wants to do better, he needs to get it onto that backhand side, make him stretch, get a little bit of a kick going. That was a slice, not good enough, I think. Is he going to go to the backhand here?
Yeah, let's see if he's heard your advice.
He tried to, but again, getting onto that forehand, Finn Bass was able to get around, but a mistake, costly mistake. I think he had a chance there. He was in the rally, just didn't get his legs out of the way.
Yeah, do you think he was trying to go kick out wide there, and it just didn't quite go to plan?
I think he hasn't quite got the kick mastered yet. Kind of slices a little bit, but yeah, I think he was trying to hit it into the backhand.
Of
course, the other player always looks to get around it as well. Finn Bass always, looking for that forehand. It's definitely a weapon of his.
Oh, so nicely constructed, wasn't it? So good.
Textbook tennis, that is. Side to side, moving him around, opening up the space, then big down the line.
So nice to see. When someone has the ability to hit a forehand like that, they're just constantly looking for it. You can see their recovery position is slightly cheated, and it's just so good. His forehand is so nice to watch.
See, with players like that, he went big into the forehand. So when he's got time, he's good at attacking that forehand. When if you go big into it, like first serve, sometimes you can rush a player like that. So going to that side like he did there, Charlie, was a good idea. We've got a question from one of our viewers.
Let's hear it.
Please tell me how to cool down nerves when you're nervous. Breathing, I think, is a big part. Going into routines, back of the court, take your time, and keep moving your feet. I think when we get nervous, we get tensed up. So if you can keep moving and just play your tactics. No easy way around it.
I mean, that looked like a nervous shot, but I don't think...
It did indeed.
I don't know necessarily whether he is too nervous. We know that these guys train together. They both train at University of Bath. Bass is obviously the elder, more experienced player. So potentially there could be a few nerves for him. So it's actually a very good question from... Who was it? Who was the question from?
Aditi Laha.
Okay.
I mean, it always takes a few games to settle your nerves. Once the few games out of the way, players get going, it becomes a little bit easier. So they're just settling into the match right now.
Marathon game, this one.
Oh yeah, well, finally finds that backhand.
Yeah.
Just missed it wide, I think.
So eventually Charlie Swain gets on the board and manages to get his first game of the Progress Tour this week. The Novellus Easter Bowl is the title for this week's tournament here at Cardiff Met. Tough job for the umpires this week, just on their own. Difficult, no electronic line calling here. Not an easy job. It'll be interesting to see how they get on.
You get me a... No, that's right. It's okay. Forgive me. Oof, that's a harsh fade from you guys when you turn your mics off. We're going to sort out audio. I've just sent them to go and have a look. It's an echo because of the venue and with that close.
So it's 2-love here. We've got the score slightly wrong. I think the umpire put it up at 1-all and then changed it to 2-love. So
he's messing with our heads already.
Yeah. At least the players know what they're doing, so that's good.
Yeah.
I think that was long for me.
We've got a pretty good view of that service line.
Cam 3, could you go in on the umpire? Just see what capture what they're seeing. Go a bit taller, a bit up. No, okay, we missed it. It's okay.
I mean, dealing with a bad call sometimes is part of the game. You gotta learn how to handle it, and it can throw a lot of players off. If you think you should have got a point and you didn't, especially if it was a big point. I think this early on, though, and because he's winning, he's gonna just want to keep going and not get involved into any conversations with the umpire. Oh, it's a slap there.
Maybe he was a little bit frustrated by the call still.
Maybe. Release the anger on that one.
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting how much emotions can change based on the scoreline, right? if you're down, you're a breakdown, then all of a sudden everything that happens around you is an issue, potentially for some players.
100%. It's the best players seem to handle it well, or at least if they lose their nerve a little bit, they come back into it quickly. Don't hang around with that kind of negative thoughts too long. Something that Novak Djokovic is quite big on.
Yeah, I love those videos that have circled the internet, you know, time and time again, of his visualization techniques and his ability to accept that what is going through his mind, that's fine, he accepts that, and then how do you get away from that?
Exactly.
I'm sure you've seen those videos many times.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And it's, you know, a lot of players should watch those where it, you can go quite deep into it. Big serve there.
Wow. Had enough of that game. Jeez.
Another slap forehand.
They both can absolutely smack it off that side.
Well, I think he, because he was 40 love down, he thought, you know what, I might as well go for it. If I get it in, I'm back in. Didn't happen for him.
So Bass, he does get his first game on the board, but Charlie Swain leads going into this first sit down. How do you feel with when you are the underdog playing and you are feeling maybe a little bit looser than your opponent? How do you manage that in a way that you don't play too loose? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't think he's going to be feeling loose. It's more like he's going to feel a little bit less pressure. He's going to feel like he can go for his shots a little bit more. So I guess maybe a little bit more loose. But for him, I think it's just going to be about, you know, sticking to his game plan, sticking to his routines, keep going. If he's winning, to keep doing what he's doing. You know, don't change the winning formula.
Because a lot of probably people watching that are club players, you know, junior performance players, it happens a lot when, you know, when you're growing up or you are playing those club matches, when you see, you might see their rating or their ranking and you go, oh, okay, I'm probably going to lose this. And automatically going into that match, you've already got a pre-thought of, I'm probably not going to win this. And it's finding a balance of how do you manage those thoughts.
100%. It does make you play very differently compared to, you know, when you feel like you've got someone that's kind of your own level. If you feel like you've lost the match before you've even walked on court, it's not a good feeling. And that's why sometimes the good players don't even have to play as well, because almost the other player loses the match for them. They think they have to overplay. They try and hit the ball too hard, too big, and they end up missing and kind of fulfilling their own prophecy. What close call there again.
Yeah.
I think that was out though.
We could be the second umpires.
Hawkeye.
Yeah, we could be Hawkeye.
Yeah, definitely trying to get around to hit a forehand there, Finn.
Yeah, he's constantly looking for it, isn't he? I wonder if, because he does hit that slice so well, Finn, if he minds using it, or if his go-to is, okay, get round and hit the forehand, or whether he, against a player like Charlie, doesn't mind slowing the pace down a bit.
Yeah, especially on the first serve, I think, you know, get the ball back is the #1 priority. On the second serve, look for it, look to do something, especially if you're feeling good on your shots. Let's see what he does here. That was a big second serve, that.
Oh, it's landed wide, but I thought that could have dropped in, but that was just aggressive I mean, from Charlie.
Yeah, he went big, and interestingly, when he stands on that outside, he stands quite close to the middle, and he actually ended up going down the tee. So I wonder if Finn can start picking that up, you know, the positioning of the other player, because obviously the wider you stand on the outside, the more angle you can get into the backhand side. And I wonder if that's why he wasn't able to find as much of the backhand before. Like on the juice, he almost stands further, so you should be a little bit closer on the juice side to the tee, to the middle, and then wider on the ad. But he's almost doing the opposite. Shouldn't approach cross court. You're inviting that down the line pass.
yeah, it seemed that he had to guess as soon as he hit that shot. You know, he had to guess which way to go.
Yeah.
Guessed wrong.
The thing is, if you're going to approach cross, you can never cover that down the line. It becomes so difficult. So you're so out of position. So, yeah, I think he had to play that a lot shorter, a lot wider if he was to get anything out of that point. They're again standing really close to that tee, to that middle.
Yeah, a bit of back and forth with the umpire already. So, as I said, it's going to be a tough job for them this week. But, yeah, we'll see how they get on. Great hands, Finn Bass. That's just something that stands out to me, yeah, is just his hands and his ability to get to the net. Yeah, he hasn't been able to do that all too often in this match so far. So I would have thought he'll be looking to do that a lot more.
Definitely, and you have to play, you know, aggressive tennis and look to come in, and he's got good hands there, and he showed it on that point.
Another tight one, huh?
That was very tight. I mean, if I was to call it, I think I'd be querying that call.
I mean, as we would expect, Swain does agree with the umpire on that one.
Oh, oh well, yeah. I thought he's going to say replay. No, not when the prize money's at stake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Do you remember that Wimbledon final where Johnny Murray he hit part of his body and they won the point, and he gave the point to the other team? I was thinking, oh my God, this is the biggest stage you're going to possibly win Wimbledon.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you know, if sportsmanship takes priority. I always struggle with that, I think.
Well, that's the thing. I always find it just so difficult because I always found that I didn't have that killer instinct as a player. I never got to, you know, the level these guys are at. But I always felt, okay, I'm probably a bit too nice for this sport. What am I doing? But you've got to have that. So when you talk about Johnny Murray and that Wimbledon final, I mean, it just shows that is amazing to be that nice yet be that good. And
or just really confident. You're like, I'm going to win anyway.
Yeah, it could be that. And he did go on to win it, didn't he?
Yeah, deserved it. Double deserved it.
Yeah.
Played with Frederick Nielsen.
It's a huge forehand from Charlie Swain. Yeah, again finding that forehand and flattening it out so well indeed, and yeah, causing the error from Bass.
And he went, you know, straight down the middle there. So went for power. You don't have to go for big targets when you're going for power. You know, you're already winning through the speed of the ball, and he caught Finn there because of the speed of the ball, just wasn't able to get his body out of the way.
So another look for Swain. Love 30 on the Bass serve, second serve.
Good aggressive play there from Finn Bass. Gets quite good shape on these shots, actually. Like to build that point. He, you know, some players, when you sometimes watch matches, you don't realize just how high over the net players hit it. You know, you get really good depth the higher you go over the net, and you know the spin brings it in. The spin is vital for that, but really good height. So you're not going to miss into the net. You're going to take that out of the equation.
Yeah, well constructed again. Using that forehand, getting in early in the point seems to be key.
And going back behind, so you notice how the other player got the ball back, and then the quicker the player, I find, the more you can wrong foot them. So as they're recovering back into the middle, you go back to where they were, and their speed is almost working against them. So you go back behind the player. It's a very good tactic against someone who's very fast out there on court. Young legs of Charlie.
Oh, found the
pass.
line. Slotted just in the right place. No chance for Bass on that one.
Diving volley?
Yeah, that was the only possibility of Bass getting that one back.
I don't think we'll see any diving volleys this week.
Yeah, I can tell you that I've played on these courts for university tennis, and it's, yeah, not courts for diving on. Leave those to the grass courts of Wimbledon. And he's pulled the trigger, but misses his target. So it's another break for Charlie Swain. What a start for the 18-year-old. Very impressed, personally. Alex, what are your thoughts so far on
definitely.
the performance?
He's playing a good game. He's staying with it. You know, Finn being the slightly more aggressive player, maybe. But Charlie seems to have all the answers. Whenever Finn presses against him, he just comes out with the goods, like he did with that pass that really turned that game around. And yeah, definitely has got a good game to go all the way. Let's see. So we've got a comment here from Fernando. He's asking about what is the event. So this is the Novellus Easter Bowl. It's a British, I guess, money event.
Yeah.
With pro players. So 8 players battle it out for a prize money of $10,000.
Yeah, it's a new innovative format, really. World Tour Finals sort of style, where there's 2 groups.
Yep.
And then semi-finals and finals day will be played on Friday. So it's all going to be live until then. That's the way that tournament director Barry Fulcher and tournament referee Andy Fife will organise things. So yeah, all the matches will be live. There'll be pretty much no dead rubbers throughout the week. So it's going to remain exciting.
Yeah, that's a great format too, because as a player, it gives you that match practice. You know, if you're looking to build some confidence, build some match play, and play against great players at a great event, why not?
Yeah. These players love the match practice as well. They turn up to these knowing that they're going to get a full week of matches. It's been called long initially by the umpire. Charlie not convinced. Was that a second serve, that one he just missed?
He went big. And you can when you're 4-1 up, right?
Yeah.
They again getting good height on that forehand. And of course, the higher you hit it, the more the ball bounces up at your opponent. If you can get it deep, it becomes a lot more difficult to handle that ball. But it's not helping Finn Bass just yet. Maybe in this game.
I'll never forget when I was out in Soto Tennis Academy doing some coaching and learnt a lot from those guys. But one of the things they said was, okay, maybe not in indoor tennis centres, but outdoor, you've got that whole space up until the sky. It's never ending. Yet some people decide to hit it in the 2 meters that the net is, not even.
Well, of course, you get a lot more power the lower you go, the flatter you go. So that's why players tend to go for it. But you should always try and go for it when you're inside the court, when you've got a higher ball. That's when you can flatten it out. You have less risk of missing. A rally ball should always have a little bit of shape on it, in my opinion. Of course, you know, WTA women end up hitting quite flat anyway. So it depends what kind of game style you have and the technique that you have as well.
Just pulling the trigger A little too early there from Swain, and Bass has earned himself a couple of break points back to potentially get himself back within a couple of games. But yeah, the set is far from over, right?
Oh, yeah. He does get the break back, 4-2. We've got a question here from Fernando asking about how he doesn't understand how the pros use E-zones as he always hits long with it. I've used the Yonex E-zone, quite like it. I think it's a powerful racket. I guess it depends on your technique, Fernando, whether it suits your game. Maybe go for a more control racket if you're missing it long, or also play around with the string tension. If you're stringing it too low, the balls will tend to fly, so maybe string it a little bit tighter. Play around with the kind of string that you're using. And also the E-zone comes with 98 or 100, the 100 being the much more powerful version. The 98 is a little bit more controlled, so it also depends what E-zone you're using. Bit of E-zone knowledge there for you.
That is some unbelievable knowledge. When you said E-zone, I was like, hang on, what on earth is he on about there?
I'm using the Nordic Dots racket now, a new brand,
Okay.
so which I'm quite enjoying. But yeah, I do like the E-zone, and I used the Babolat Pure Drive before that. I like the powerful racket. Need all the help I can get nowadays.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because we've got a Yonex from Swain and a Technofiber, I think, from Bass.
Yeah.
Ever used either of those rackets?
Well, I think the Yonex is the one that I use, but yeah, I've never used a Technofiber. In fact, I have got it at home. So they sent it to me to try out, so it's one to try still.
Yeah. So what is the racket you're using at the moment?
It's the Nordic Dots 100, so it's
and Nordic is this new brand.
Yeah, Nordic Dots. Yeah, it's they do clothing and rackets. Quite kind of an all-round racket. I'd say it's not like a crazy power racket, but not just for control. So it suits me quite well. Of course, the Technofiber. Quite a few players using that. You've got Medvedev, Swiatek. Very popular racket amongst the pros, but yeah, the E-zone is also very popular. Yeah, definitely, Fernando. Impressive that the guys don't get as much recognition. I mean, you definitely, see the level, how high the level is, the pro level is, even at 600, 400 level. It's pretty strong. So it really makes you appreciate how good the guys are in top 100 or top 50 or even top 10. So there, Bass holding serve now 4-3. Only one breakdown now, of course. Definitely feels like a slight change of momentum here, where he's now got 2 games in a row. It will be interesting to see how Charlie responds now. A little bit of a discussion there with the umpire. I don't know what he's talking about, not happy about something. Mika, thoughts on how to play against someone who takes the ball super early? My boss is an old school French player who plays the Eastern group and is modeled after Federer and takes everything off the bounce. It's a good question, and I think actually we're going to ask that question to one of the players competing this week, and we'll try and get the answer straight from the player themselves. So look out for that, Mika. Charlie there, 40-15 up. Responding well to the challenge with big serving there again. Ace down the tee. That's one way to stop the momentum swing.
I was going to say, that's very impressive from, like we said, he's the younger of the 2 players, yet seeming to be the one that dealing with the moments at just right at the moment.
It helps when you've got a big serve like that. You can just bring it out, get you out of trouble.
Yeah. Did you have that when you were playing, or were you more of a grinder from the back?
No, I had a pretty decent serve.
Yeah.
I think my highest was 132 miles an hour, served once.
Okay.
I wasn't like the biggest server in the world, but I was good.
Yeah,
and then I had a big forehand and just did what I can with the backhand.
One-handed?
Yeah, one-handed backhand.
Okay.
Good slice.
Yeah.
Came in quite well.
Yeah.
Like I enjoyed coming in, volleying, slicing.
Okay, so not too dissimilar to a Bass sort of game style.
Yeah, I think he's probably got a slightly more solid backhand than me, but yeah, I had more of, I guess, a big weapon as a forehand and maybe a slightly bigger serve possibly, but yeah.
You must agree, I've heard it so much, but just having that one big weapon is so key in progressing into, you know, the likes of the ATP Tour and the Challenger Tour as well.
100%. I mean, if, you know, at the beginning I didn't have that, and I remember even speaking to my coach at the time, and he'd say, oh, you know, you haven't got any weapons, you just have to, you know, be a solid player, run and try and hustle. And I was thinking, well, why not? Why can't I have a weapon? So I worked on it, and you work on something, you know, if you want to have a bigger serve, go and hit a lot of serves and go for power. Work on it, you know, get your strength up, get your leg drive, you know, get the technique right, see what you can improve. There's no reason why you can't get a weapon out of your strokes, either make a bigger serve or a bigger forehand. I tried doing that with the backhand, but it never happened. So you always need something that's a little bit worse.
Well, it's like most tennis players. Obviously, the backhand is always traditionally the one that we just manage.
Yeah, well, the one-handers. Even Federer doesn't like his, so I'm not the only one. Two-handers better. Easier. Or a backhand miss there. Maybe the two-handers struggle with it too. Who knows?
Yeah.
Did you have a one-hander or two-handed backhand?
I actually, I tried a one-hander for about 3 months. My coach, Jack Palmer, shout out to him, actually partner of Barry Fulcher at the training base, training centre back in Sussex. But yeah, he was my coach when I was younger, and had a go at it, but just really struggled to find any consistency with it. And I felt that realistically I couldn't at that time take too much away from my competition, which maybe wasn't the best outlook at that time. But it was just a decision that I made at that point. But from a coach perspective, from your side, if a player who's young wants to have a one-hander, would you tell them, actually, this isn't going to work out for you, or would you be happy to go with it?
Depends. If they're naturally hitting it well, I wouldn't say no, change it to a two-hander. Like, they're already hitting it well, they're enjoying it, they like it. So go with what is more natural, I think. If there's a choice, you know, I'd probably sway towards the two-hander just because it's a simpler shot to learn and improve. But yeah, if they're hitting it well, why not have a one-hander? There are plenty of good one-handers around. I know we're a dying breed now, but
Dimitrov still leading the way, I think, isn't he, at the top of the game?
Yeah. Well, Tsitsipas is still there, although he hasn't had the best kind of results. But yeah, he's always out there. I miss kind of the likes of Dominic Thiem and Gasquet. And Wawrinka's still going. So
yeah, he's still going strong, isn't he?
Set point here for another break. Expecting a long rally here, both players not wanting to miss.
Oh, such a nice volley to save 3 break points.
It was a great approach, and you know, take some nerve actually getting into the net when it's such a big occasion. You don't want to lose the set, and well, it's definitely the right play for him. Staying aggressive, coming forward, and he's got a solid volley there. It didn't look like he was going to flinch. It was
looks so secure.
So secure. Plays good doubles, Finn, as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, his doubles ranking's a little bit higher than his singles. Obviously played college tennis for Baylor University, so played a lot there. This would be a great hold from Love 40 down, and it would put the pressure right back on Swain to then serve out the set.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he responds.
Yeah, and that'll do it. What a hold from Finn Bass. He really dug deep there, didn't he? He didn't want to let go of that set just yet. Wants to put the pressure back on Swain.
And that last ball, it was a really long miss. I'm quite surprised that he didn't try and stay in that rally a little bit longer. Maybe this is where a little bit of that experience is, not coming through as much, because he needs to stay in that rally, get it cross court, and fight for the next shot.
Well, as we go into the sit down, Swain will come back out and serve for the first set. But yeah, we're going to be joined by Michael Shaw, who's playing this week. I'm going to leave you with Alex Lubinsky, Michael, and I'll come back on the mic in 10-15 minutes, see how Michael gets on comms, just to give some player insight.
Nice to meet you, Michael. So, yeah, are you looking forward to your match coming up soon?
Yeah, no, it should be really exciting. Nice to meet you too, Alex. Playing against Lumsden, and we know each other really well, but haven't played each other too many times before.
And where are you currently based? Where are you training?
Loughborough University.
Okay.
I've been there many a year now. I think I'm doing a part-time PhD still. I think I'm in year 6 or 7 now.
Okay. And still, you're traveling, kind of trying to go full-time pro, traveling all the weeks and training full-time?
Yeah, that's right. It's actually worked almost better than my undergrad doing the PhD, because it can be really flexible. I can work remotely, which has suited traveling. I managed to play almost 30 weeks last year, which was a great experience.
Where would be the best place that you visited at the moment in terms of tournaments?
Well, we did get to go to one university competition in China, which was really cool, and then the prize was a trip to the Australian Open to go and watch.
Did you win it? Did you win the prize?
We won the tournament as a team, so that was amazing.
And in terms of day-to-day practice, I'm sure many of our viewers will be interested to hear, what does a normal, typical day look like for a pro player playing these kind of events? So talk us through your day. What do you do? How do you start? How many hours you play?
Yeah, so it's sort of adapted a little bit across my studies and stuff, but the great thing being at Loughborough is that there's so many opportunities to train, so we have sort of 7 till 9 on court and 1 till 3 in the afternoon on court, Monday, Tuesday and Friday, and then we tend to have matches on Wednesdays, and 1 till 3 on Thursdays is the on court stuff, and then there's gym sessions available Monday, Tuesdays and Fridays as well, sort of late afternoon. So yeah, I'm not necessarily able to make all the sessions like I used to when I was during my undergrad, but I'm still able to play as much as I like, and I'm pleased that I've been able to maintain a decent level.
And would you mentioned there match play, being a regular part of your week. How important do you think that is in terms of players out there, maybe juniors or parents watching there? How many matches should their kids or them as a player be playing?
Yeah, it's a good question. Sort of right from early age, I've been really keen to compete and play as much as possible. I think you just learn so much more by being in that environment, and sometimes it's surprising how different your level can be, or like some things that seem easy on a practice court can be that bit more challenging on a match. I think unless you keep putting yourself in that environment, you're not going to be able to. It's sort of the only thing you can learn by being in matches. So my advice is probably to try and compete as much as possible, really, but bearing in mind that just because you're playing matches all the time, you don't have to have the short term in mind all the time. As in, I think, especially when I was younger, I did a decent job of having the long term in mind. I was fairly small to a late age, but I was hoping that I was going to be tall, so I tried to keep that in mind. And
how tall are you now?
So I'm 6'5".
Oh, so it can happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I can still grow.
Yeah, there's still time. So I think, yeah, even if you feel like you're competing a lot as a junior, you can still focus on developing your game whilst doing that. It doesn't have to be just sort of trying to win one match at a time and only focusing on the short term.
Yeah, and I think obviously as a player, you're improving and doing the drills, working on the correct things, then trying to come out in matches and work on the things that you've been working on in practice. And I think that's kind of playing with an aim, not just playing matches. Yes, you will become maybe a better competitor, but actually playing with purpose, and where you're learning things and you're incorporating it into the game as you go, and that's where, as you say, having that longer vision in mind, where it's not necessarily the win now, but you're working on improving your game to possibly go further in the future.
Yeah, exactly. And so my dad's always been really helpful with my tennis. He taught me to play when I was younger as well, and we've always sort of spoken about the loop of focusing on what you're working on, trying to get that ready to then play in a match, see how you're able to put that into play in a match, and then with the sort of performance analysis and being able to watch things back and the stats and stuff, you can add an extra layer of detail to that as well, which I think we're doing this week as well, which would be really cool.
Yeah, and of course now the current technology, you have the stats available, which they didn't have really in my day when I was playing, which I wish I had. So yeah, you can definitely home in on things that maybe aren't working for you, then go back and practice that. But yeah, playing those matches and actually putting yourself into those competitive situations is so important, and you can do that, in practice. As you said, during the week you do match play where it's competitive, but it's controlled. So you could have an aim, for example, where you're playing a match a certain way. So yeah, there's definitely ways of kind of incorporating training into matches, and it's something that Jack Draper's actually done a lot, because he used to play a lot of matches as a junior. I know he's, one of the years, I remember as a 14-year-old, he played something like 100 matches in a year.
Wow.
100 matches in a year. That's like a match every 3 days or something. So it's crazy. And it just makes you so much more of a competitor. You learn how to win points, how to construct rallies, and yeah, it definitely improves you. Who's the best player that you've ever played?
I remember playing Ruben Bemelmans in Nottingham when he was close to the end of his career.
I played Ruben Bemelmans at Nottingham once. Yeah,
there you go. He was crazy talented.
At the ATP, yeah. I played him on grass. How did you get on?
I played him on the indoor hard, and I lost in, I think the first set may have gone to a tie break. The first set was fairly close, and then second set, yeah, he was that bit too good. But that was
He's a good player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's seriously talented, and it was just quite funny watching sort of highlights of him playing Murray in the Davis Cup final, trying to work out the game plan going into it. So that was cool. But yeah, no, I remember playing Jack when he was like probably only 11 or 12, and you could see the sort of skills that he already had then. And yeah, he was so competitive at a young age, and I didn't realise he was playing that many matches. That's crazy, but yeah, it just shows how he was able to develop. It's great to see how well he's doing now.
He wasn't the biggest player in the world, like he wasn't physically as strong, but he was fast, and he kind of had to learn how to win points. And now that he's filled out a bit and got stronger, it's difficult to beat, isn't he?
Yeah, no, I remember listening to him talking about how he grew fairly late as well, and how he had to learn different skills around being awkward, and I think that helped him develop his movement a lot. He moves exceptionally well for someone of his height. I think he's probably similar height to me actually, and unfortunately I probably won't be moving quite as well as him this afternoon, and that's probably a bit of a difference between the levels. But no, it's impressive what he's able to do out there.
And now, of course, we're into the clay court season. How do you think the different surfaces compare? Do you do things differently compared to, for preparation for tournaments, between, the clay court and the hard courts, maybe grass courts?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a balance between trying to adapt to different surfaces at the same time as trying to keep your identity as a player a little bit. And I know that the way that I play, it's never going to be too defensive, and I need to be proactive and look to try and control the points as much as possible. On slower courts outside, and maybe do that a little bit differently, have to build the points a little bit more, and then also the movement is different, and I feel like that takes a little bit of getting used to. But I've been fortunate that sort of growing up I was able to practice on clay a little bit through some of our like regional camps and stuff as a junior. So luckily I've been able to learn a little bit about how to move on the clay, which is it's quite unique.
Yeah, 100%. It's I've actually had to. I went to Spain to train on clay because Spanish are supposed to be like the best on clay with the Rafas and Alcarazes. So when I grew up obviously playing on faster surfaces, always preferred grass and had my best wins on grass. But I thought why can't I be better on clay? So I went out there and just went to a tennis academy and trained on clay and got better at it. And you do adapt the way you play. You do start playing with more spin. You start playing with more margin. You still, as you say, you don't want to lose your identity as a player, but it's definitely something you should be doing is going out and practicing on clay. It's such a big thing that perhaps in the UK we don't get enough of, is that clay court practice.
Yeah, no, that's right. And we have a lot of the artificial clay courts, but I feel like for the movement side maybe it's good, but then other than that they're very different to once you actually go out and play on the real clay. It's just a completely different speed. And yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that we can't maybe have a few more sort of real clay courts in this country. I think that would...
I think it's the weather.
Yeah, it's a good point. They're not particularly durable.
Yeah.
But even if you can get a cover over them or something like that, just a few more dotted around could be helpful.
We've got a question here from one of our viewers who wants your thoughts on how to play against someone who takes the ball super early. So he's got Boss, who's an old-school French player, has got an Eastern grip, he's modeled his game on Federer and takes everything off the bounce, and he'd like to have some tips on how to beat a player like that.
Interesting, okay. It's probably fairly relevant to me because I know Lumsdo likes to take the ball early, so I best get ready for that later. I think the main thing is if you can keep the ball to a length, then it's always going to be quite tricky for them to be able to get inside the court and take it that early, because they're not going to be able to take it before it bounces. And also sometimes when players are trying to take it early, if they're trying to overpress and you keep the ball to a length, then it really challenges their timing. And then another thing you can probably look to do potentially, depends a little bit on the court you're playing on, but if you can look to hit with a bit more shape maybe and get it up again, you'll be challenging their timing. If they're trying to hit the ball on the rise, then that could be difficult as well. But yeah, it's not something you necessarily see quite as much of now, taking it super early, probably because the courts have slowed down a little bit, but it's still very tricky to play against, and useful if you can do that and take your time away from an opponent. And then the other thing probably is you can look to do something similar if you get the opportunity to take it early, and then it's going to give them less time to do so.
Yeah, and I find that those players are usually the ones that are better in attack. They're not the natural defenders. So if you can get them moving, if you can get them in trouble, all of a sudden they think, I don't want to be doing that. I'm more comfortable attacking. I'm more comfortable taking the ball on. And as you say, that's when they can start to overpress. And I guess very important is to stay also quite mentally strong. So, not let that affect you. Expect for them to come out with some great shots. Expect for them to hit some winners, and try and stay with them and see if you can catch a break and see if you can trouble them a little bit with your game. As you said, mixing up the tempo helps. Slice it, hit it a little bit higher. But yeah, definitely I see a lot of players getting so frustrated with that, and they kind of lose it before even giving their game a shot against someone who's taking the ball on early.
Yeah, no, it can be quite imposing when you see someone doing that the other side of the net. But like you say, as soon as you can get them out of that comfort zone, then hopefully you'll feel a bit more comfortable. And yeah, those sort of patterns could definitely be a good option as well. Something like a short slice to one side, bring them up the court a bit, and then maybe the sort of shapier one into the opposite corner, that kind of thing, to make them move a bit further behind the baseline.
And sometimes they might be taking the ball early with one stroke, one shot. So it doesn't necessarily mean their backhand and forehand are exactly the same. So you can look to do it to their weakness, perhaps, where then maybe not as comfortable in taking it on early. So make sure that you've kind of analyzed your own game, but also your opponent's game. What do they not like doing, and can you expose that weakness? We've got another question here. It says, when you coach someone, as for me, I guess, for a long period of time, do all the sessions tend to look the same, or is it different every day? I mean, for me personally, let's hear your thoughts about your kind of training sessions. Do they look very similar? I think there are definitely some similarities in things that you do, the drills that you do to get consistency, to build on your on your game. You know, you'll hit a lot of cross courts, you'll hit you know, a lot of kind of set plays that you may recreate in matches, but you also will do things quite differently depending on what you're working on. So if you are working on you know, developing your volley game, you might spend some time doing volleys and doing kind of point play involving that shot. And if you are making some technical changes, I think a lot of sessions, well, a lot of the session has to have some serve and returning, obviously a very important part of the game. And of course, yeah, then developing your ground strokes in different types of drills. But you know, one of the things for me, I always felt that if you work on just, you know, the same thing over and over, it can get a little bit kind of boring, one-dimensional. But as a player, you kind of have to do it. You know, there's no way around it. Some players go, oh, you know what, I just need something. You got to go through it. If you have to hit 2 hours cross court, do it. If that's going to improve your cross court game. But for me, I personally find that, you know, a little bit of a mix up every so often to try and kind of do something different. And there's so many things that you can work on in tennis in your game that there's plenty of drills that you can do. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, it's really interesting to hear you talk about that. I think it's it's a good point that to become a good tennis player, unfortunately, you have to really be good at doing the simple things really well. That's what it comes down to a lot of the time. And I've been fortunate to be able to join in with some of the sessions because we have the Junior National Academy at Loughborough as well. So there's some really good coaches there, and it's interesting hearing them talking about just like the importance of being able to volume train and be able to change direction. And it's really simple stuff like 2 cross 1 line, all the stuff that I'm sure people have done many a time. And yeah, being able to do that, and then also just like how small changes if you're working on a particular area, but just looking at it from a slightly different viewpoint, or maybe adding in like 1 extra shot on the next ball. Say I've been working on looking to set up my inside in through quality on my backhand cross. It's then maybe the next week I'll then try and add in what ball am I going to likely to receive in the next ball. And our coach Keys at Loughborough has been really good at that. And yeah, I've been there a lot now, but I don't feel like it's even starting to feel repetitive, which is a sign to how well he's able to adapt things slightly, which make a difference. And like you say, when you're really working with a purpose, and I feel like it's much more engaging rather than if you're just doing for the drill for the sake of the drill, then I'm sure it probably can feel a little bit repetitive. But yeah, no, sometimes repetitive is a good thing.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, it helps for a player to know kind of the story behind it, whether, as you say, you're not just hitting balls down the middle, but you actually have something in mind. You know, this is what, there is a game situation that will require this kind of shot, and this is where, you know, you will make perhaps small changes first, and then you will progress and you know, add the extra ball or make it more difficult. And there's so many different variations to a drill. You can, you know, hit with more speed, you can hit with give yourself less time, you can have more distance that you must cover, then you know, you might have a different shot before or after, then you put it into points, and then before long you know, you've done so many things there, and you've simply worked on one small element. And there are so many elements in tennis that you can always work on and improve. So, yeah, I think that's what makes tennis exciting.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And yeah, like you say, we're fortunate that there's so many different aspects to tennis, and that's one of the things I really enjoy about it. I like to try and come forwards and use my volleys and also try and mix it up and not be too one-dimensional. So I think that's always helped me feel like my sessions are quite different, because there's plenty of parts that I feel are important to my game, and being able to include that in my practice has been really good.
So we've got another question here, and it's, you know, if things are not working in your game, for example, like you're making a lot of double faults, he said, do you recommend to go and play matches, like, and go through it, or would you recommend to, you know, not play matches and stay behind and try and fix the problem first? Like, do you go to play tournaments if you feel like something isn't working in your game?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it depends a little bit around what you think the solution is likely to be and how you want to go about coping. If you are looking to try and change something technical, especially like an important thing within technique like grip, then maybe it is worth trying to take a little bit of time outside of the match court to get used to that before sort of jumping in and putting under pressure, because quite often you'll then just revert back to what you're used to. But if it's something that's a little bit more mental or tactical, for example, then sometimes it's actually hard to replicate that outside of the match court. And so it's hard to say specifically, because for this example, it might be coming down to what the cause is for the double faults. If it's actually there's something fundamental to your serve technique that if you took a bit of time away to practice that before you came on the match court, that'd be good. But it could also be that it's sound and it's about getting used to the pressure on big points of whether you can produce that second serve. And so the only way you can really overcome that is by continuing to put yourself in that environment. But be interested to see what you think about that.
Well, 100%. I mean, I totally agree. When you are playing under pressure and you have to make that second serve, and actually what do you think about when, say, you're match point down and you've got a second serve, or you're serving for the match or for the title and you've got a second serve? What do you tell yourself?
Yeah, I try and keep it as simple as possible, and like in one word, it's probably up, which probably sounds a bit silly, but trying to just drive up, trying to make sure my racket's going up to get that top spin and really commit to it, and knowing that that's going to give me the spin and the shape that I'm looking for the safety. As soon as I start to feel like I'm trying to make it or trying to go safe with it, that doesn't tend to work for me. So yeah, driving up is the key for me.
That's interesting. That, you know, all players kind of have a cue word that they tell themselves. Like for me, it was accelerate, because I was like, I need to accelerate my racket. I need to hit through it, because the moment I feel like I'm just guiding it is going to go a long way in the net. So I feel like I have to accelerate, keep hitting through it, you know, and you have to trust the shot. You have to trust that the work that you've put in prior to the event is, you know, going to get you through it. It's not. You're not doing some technical changes now. You just have to go through it and trust the shot.
Yeah, no, it sounds like we had very similar views then when it came to that shot, which is interesting. I'd be interested to find out whether that's common across a number of players. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Yeah, guys, what do you think? Let us know in the comments. You know, what do you think? What do you think about when you are serving at a very crucial moment and you've got a second serve, for example? But yeah, for me, when I was working on things going into a tournament, I think obviously, yeah, if you are making those big changes, if it's tough to go in and feel like you can perform well, if there is a major grip, for example, change, and it can only lead to maybe frustration and even make you lose a bit of confidence and so on. But also I find that on the other hand, some players get so obsessed about changing their technique and making some little technical change, and actually they should just be out there playing matches, and they're so obsessed about technique that they end up missing out on the whole learning experience of a match. So I think it's a balance where you have to strike whether is it something that you can deal with, is it something that you can play with and try and overcome, and yeah, if it's something that you're going to regress and get worse and go back to your old habits, maybe it's not the time to go and play tournaments. But perhaps you could put yourself into some matches, practice matches, like you do. Weekly you play practice matches, which is somewhere where it's a safe environment where you can practice these things.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think you're very right about that. Like a lot of things, it does come down to a bit of a balance and trying to work out what the situation you're in. But no, that's a good point about not getting obsessed about small details around technique that actually might not make the big differences, and then trying to work out which parts are sort of fundamental that you need to get in place. Again, it's a balance.
I remember actually, because I trained at Roehampton, I trained with Andy Murray quite a bit, and sometimes we'd play practice sets, and I remember I had a few practice, I actually never beat him, even a practice set, like the closest I ever got was 7-6, so 7-6, 7-6 I lost once, but that was my best, and at the time he was like number 3 in the world, so it was kind of a big thing for me. And but I remember literally like 2 weeks later, so we played on clay, and then it was raining one of the days, and he had a wrist injury, so he wasn't able to hit through his backhands. And this is going to this, do you play through things that you maybe can't hit a backhand? And he was like, well, let's practice. And instead of hitting my backhands, I can only slice. And we played a match. Well, I played a set where he could only slice his backhands, and I lost 6-2. Even though I knew he can't hit over his backhand, I still couldn't win because he was still good enough to, like, whenever I came in, he would slice it into my feet and so on. And it was amazing how, like, even sometimes a good player, they'll still find a way to win, even with well, a handicap or a disadvantage. So it's whether you can be mentally strong enough to get around that, whatever it is that's not working for you, and try and find a way to win.
Wow, yeah, no, that's amazing. That's it's impressive to get that close to him in the practice set when he was playing at levels. That's good, and then it's also impressive from him as to how well he can manage and work around that. Because it's a skill. Because even if you're not injured going into a match, it might just be a day where you're not able to execute. Oh, I thought Charlie was going to make that one then.
He's made a few today, actually.
Yeah, he's got some skills out there. But yeah, no, just showing how even if a shot's not working on a day, someone like Murray can just work around it, and that's probably due to the fact that he's done those things on the practice court many a time and got used to it. I mean, I actually fell over and broke my left wrist when I was sort of coming to the end of my juniors, and so there was quite a long period of time where I was only able to slice my backhand, which I think helped a little bit develop that shot, but then also, unfortunately, I did get quite used to slicing it, and then when I came back to try and hit over it, I found it really tough, especially to get my left hand involved. So again, another thing that's probably there's balance to it. You don't want to get to the point where you completely overcompensate and get used to something. But yeah, no, it's good to work on these things.
I had a bad injury actually against Andy Murray again in a match this time in a tournament. I was 4-3 down in Portugal, and I ran for a ball and twisted my ankle, and he had to carry me off court with the umpire because there was a physio. There was just one of them, so they all had to carry me off court, and I had to retire and fly home, and I couldn't walk pretty much for like 2 months, and yeah, it was terrible. And I had to play with one of these ankle braces and stuff. Actually, Andy ended up playing with them because he kept on injuring his ankles, so he played with them throughout his career. And how for you, for example, how do you deal with injury? What's your kind of have you got a good routine that you follow, injury prevention? Talk us through that.
Yeah, I'm fortunate to have great support from the physios at Loughborough, and they're really good because in the past, maybe if you go to someone that's not quite understands the schedule around tennis, they're quite quick to try and encourage you to sort of rest and not do much for an extended period of time, whereas they've always been quite understanding that most weeks there is a tournament that you probably want to play, and it's about, depending on the injury, whether you can manage it and work through it. So trying to get as good an understanding on sort of the pain level and whether it's manageable, and then how best to do that has been good. So
it's that balance, I guess, of whether do you push through it and it potentially could make it worse, but then sometimes by resting it and not playing for, say you don't play for a month and you come back, your mind thinks that you can still play, but because you haven't played for a month, all the other parts of the body, because you haven't maintained them, so to speak, you haven't played enough, you start getting injured in other ways. You might start with a wrist injury and then end up doing something to your shoulder because you're then compensating and you haven't played enough. So it's that balance of not letting everything else go to waste while you're tending to an injury. And also obviously with pro level tennis, you always have points to defend. There's always a tournament somewhere that you want to go to and play. So managing that, I guess, is very difficult.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And I think again, when we've come back I remember coming back from lockdown, that was a particular focus, was sort of everyone was forced not to compete for that period of time, and we took quite a serious approach to building that up gradually, and a lot of that comes down to just trying to reduce injury risk and not trying to rush into things like you're talking about, because one injury can lead to others if you're not careful, and then also just in general trying to build a good base in the gym and on court, and also sort of trying to help my technique be as efficient as possible so that I'm not putting unnecessarily load through my body. I think it's always been quite helpful. And then it's a lot around just doing the small things well in terms of warm-ups and cool-downs, and trying to incorporate specific exercises into that depending on which areas maybe you're a bit more susceptible to injuries, being aware of that, and working out what you might improve to try and put your body in a better position to help prevent it getting worse, and ideally getting better in the future.
And it's interesting that it's actually, for me as a coach now, it's something that I battle with some players, because it's almost, and I see myself, I remember myself when, when you're younger, you seem to think, warming up, I'm fine. Oh, warming down, I'm fine. But then the older you get, the injuries start creeping in, and you end up being scared of, this could cause an injury. This could, set me back a month. So, having those routines that you get into early on, and then non-negotiables, there's things that you just do. Just turning up to a session before you play, not just walking out the car and going and playing. You're not doing yourself any favors there. And then after you finish, going doing your stretching, you're doing your injury rehab routine. And it's just something that you do, because the moment you start thinking, do I have to do it, or is it okay if I don't do it this time? That negotiation with yourself, I think not only does it mentally affect you, where you don't feel like you're going to be you don't deserve to win because you're not, you've taken some shortcuts along the road, but also it's actually could be damaging your body because you're not doing the right things which you should be doing.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I think you really feel that when if you go to some of the 25 or M25 events in the UK and you see a lot of the top British players, it's impressive how much time they spend before and after matches, and all those small details, and sort of talking to them a little bit. You get to understand that it's actually more than just a physical thing for them. It's a mental thing, so that when they go onto court, they can feel like they've done everything within their control to give them the best position. I think that's where a lot of their belief and confidence comes from knowing that they've put in those extra details to get themselves in that position. So, yeah, in the long term, it's a really good way of trying to reduce the injury risk. And then also, yeah, sort of from the mental side, I think you can do a lot of good feeling that you've done those small details within your control to put yourself in the best position you can, which is at the end of the day is all you can do, really.
Especially when it's your career on the line, and if this is what you want to do, then you might as well do it to the max, to the best of your ability. And what's next for you? Where do you go after this? What is the calendar looking like?
Yeah, so unfortunately they got the first UTR event in Loughborough next week, which is great. So that would be a cool opportunity to get some more matches in, and then there's going to be a run of the ITF events in the UK, starting off in Nottingham. So again, it's really convenient for me, so I'll be playing those, and yeah, looking forward to playing some more doubles as well. That went quite well last year, so that'd be great. And yeah, I'm focusing on my research a little bit alongside that, and just trying to balance the two and try and enjoy both of them as much as possible, really.
Well, it's good to have you on the show today. Wish you good luck. We'll be watching a match soon after.
Perfect.
And yeah, see you on tour.
Yes, thanks very much. Great to meet you. Cheers.
Bye. So there we have it, guys. A bit of an insight into the life of a professional tennis player. But we now rejoin the match, and it's Finn Bass coming back now. Lost the first set 6-4. Quite a few breaks in that first set, but now 4-1 up in the second, and looking a lot more comfortable. So this match, as you said, Alex, it was far from over at the beginning, and it's definitely far from over now.
Yeah, no, fascinating to see how this one sort of turned itself around. But yeah, also great hearing some insight from Michael there. He's obviously a player that's been around for a long time, especially in the university circuit in Great Britain. And yeah, he's a player that I've seen a lot, so it's great to hear, a bit more about him and his insights. But yeah, you two hadn't met before.
No. But yeah, I'll be definitely looking out for him. Tall guy.
Yeah.
I expect for him to have a big game.
Yeah.
Wouldn't like to face him on a fast court.
No. Did you manage to get some involvement from the chat with Michael? Was he answering some questions from viewers?
Yeah, we had a few questions from viewers that we touched on, and then we discussed a little bit about his training routines, how he prepares for matches, what happens if you get an injury, what happens if something's not working, how to deal with certain type of player. So yeah, we've talked quite a lot actually, and yeah, it was some great insight for our viewers into what it takes to be a professional tennis player. They make it look easy out there.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not quite as easy as it looks. So in terms of this one then, I don't know if you discussed with Michael in terms of this specific match, how has Finn managed to turn things around in his second set?
Oh, to be honest, we weren't really going on about the match as much. We were kind of answering more the broader questions from the viewers and discussing more the areas of the game that they might be working on. But yeah, in this match, I feel like obviously Finn now has the momentum, but let's see how this service game is going to be crucial. 4-2, he's got the break. If he can get a hold here, I can see him kind of settling in and taking the set. Just long there.
Happy with that call, Alex?
Yeah, definitely. Hawkeye was on. The ball was long. 1 inch out. Of course, on the other side, when you're hitting it, it looks, your body wants to tell you that it's in.
Yeah.
You want to believe that it's in. It was a great shot, but I feel like he's almost over-pressing. Doesn't need to go for as close to the line.
Yeah, talking about that margin early on in terms of height over the net, that also correlates to where your placement on the court is.
Exactly. You don't have to, if you're hitting a little bit more height, you don't have to hit it quite as deep. The ball will carry through. So, but the lower your trajectory is, the more you're reliant on that depth and hitting through. And just like we saw there, he hit the net. It was going down the line, obviously going over the higher part of the net. Always a risk hitting the net. Let's have some more questions from you guys. Anyone watching? Are you a fan of the channel? Have you just found this link because of the tournament? What are you currently working on in your game? Are you more of a tennis fan or a tennis player? Let's hear your thoughts. There we go. Submit your questions. And Finn there looking a lot more comfortable, even the way he's hitting. It's just looking like he's just solid. He feels like he doesn't need to overpress. And it's it's Charlie who's looking like the more desperate player at the moment.
Do you think it has been a matter of Finn just sort of finding that consistency, or has he really upped his level? Which way is it swayed?
I think he maintained it. I think Charlie was really zoning in at the start. Hit some screamer passing shots, and now it's kind of can he sustain that throughout the whole match? And a good player will make you play your best, and if you can maintain it throughout the match, great. But most of the time, the player will struggle to maintain it, and it's now what can Charlie do to change that momentum again? You know, maybe it's coming forward, maybe it's slowing it down a little bit, cutting out those errors, because he has to do something. He's, yeah, at the moment, there's just way too many mistakes.
Yeah, another reminder to the viewers that we will actually be doing end of set interviews. They'll be short and sweet, but that's a nice opportunity for you viewers to ask any burning questions to the player that has won the set. So watch out for that as this week continues. But in this one, it looks like things will be heading to a third set where we're going to go full third for this new format this week.
Yeah, best way to be. I think if you have a short third set, it tends to just
Gets a bit messy, maybe.
Well, it puts a lot of pressure on the other sets, because you feel like, oh well, now it's going to be a lottery, and I think it also takes the physical aspect of the game out a little bit, where you know you've got a bit of a get out of jail card if you just win a set. You know, oof,
It's gone wild.
that was yeah. Quite the slap.
Seen a few of those today,
Yeah.
mainly from Swain, but a few the other way too. It's interesting.
Thing is, it's that risk versus reward. The risk is high, reward marginal. That ball looked out to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's superb length. If that was in, that was incredible.
And it's good of Finn to stay in that and not kind of lose his composure there, knowing the ball was very deep, could have been called out, stayed in the rally, stayed solid. And it's Shaw who's made the mistake.
Yeah, Finn, you could see there. I don't know if we caught that in on camera, but he just gave a little one of those fingers up to the to the ref to say, yeah, he thinks that was out, and just letting him know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's outrageous from Charlie Swain. How about that for a passing shot on the stretch?
Great touch. Took the power off, notice.
Yeah.
Went for placement. Maybe that's the way to go.
Yeah. Chopper grip, it almost looked like he is almost, forgot about all technique there and just went for the touch and feel.
Well, he might have not had the time to change his grip, and he was just like going to stretch, but then he got there, so he was like, right, I'm just going to bunt it across, use the touch. Worked in his favor. Second serve here. Can he get it onto the backhand? He can. Oof.
Again, he's not holding back. He is properly going for it on those ground strokes at the moment. Hanging on into this set.
5-3.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting third if it does end up going there, because obviously these two, as we've mentioned, train together, so they want to get the win before they head back to training together, and don't want to give the other players at Bath an opportunity to give them some stick.
Always quite difficult playing someone from your own team, because you feel like you have a bit of a reputation in your squad, and you know you want to ensure that if you are the better player, that you maintain your dominance. Great approach there.
Really good approach. Had the height as well that you mentioned.
Yeah, and went down the line. It's, because when you do go down the line, of course, the approach, you don't have to cut across too much. Naturally, you're going to protect the angles that are available to your opponent. So it makes the volley a lot easier, makes the passing shot a lot more difficult. And then we saw Charlie really trying to go for something because he didn't have any angles to pass.
Using the slice to good effect there. Such a slow slice. It's so difficult to deal with, it seems.
Yeah, and when you do hit a slice like that, if you get enough backspin on it, the ball, of course, skids through. It stays low, makes the other player lift up on the shot, gives you an opportunity to get around your weapon and try and attack. So it's a great one to neutralize play and then turn neutral into attack with your weapon.
Here's one for the viewers and for me as well. Get some coach analysis on specifically the slice, because it's a difficult shot to hit well and to master, isn't it? What would be your top tips for a good slice?
Well, technically, I think it's probably easier slightly than the topspin. But yeah, you do need to make sure that you're putting your body weight into the shot. Make sure that you're not chopping down on it. I know there's videos of like Federer hitting down on the shot, but you want to make sure that you hit through it. Have a good racket face angle where you're going from high to low on the shot, but not completely chopping down. So you do want to carry the shot through a little bit, and yeah, try and make it not float. So look for quite low shot over the net, because you don't want the player to attack it. You don't want it to be sitting up for the player, and be quite aggressive with it. I think the only way to improve it is to practice it. So get out on court and hit those slices. Make sure you're using the chopper grip as well. A lot of players I find are not getting onto that continental grip, and then it's causing them not to get the correct racket face on the slice. Very important.
Oh, well found.
Great return there.
The return really was the one that set up that passing shot. And then opted for the forehand for the pass. Great stuff from Swain, getting this game back to 30-all. But we've got some more chat, have we?
Yeah, we've got a question. What do you guys think when you start losing confidence on your strokes and you don't want to hit because the balls are not going long? So I guess this is a little bit like what's happening with Charlie Swain here. Yeah, for me, I think if you're losing confidence, I think the first thing that goes is your racket head speed. People start to guide the ball, and the more you guide, the more the ball goes long. So you want to accelerate, contrary to what you might be thinking, you need to actually accelerate the racket head, but instead of accelerating into power, you accelerate by giving a little bit more topspin. So you're giving a bit more brush to the ball, which gives you security on the shot, getting a little bit more height if you're missing into the net, which Charlie is doing at the moment. So he needs to get a little bit more height, keep accelerating through it, and yeah, don't get passive on it. I think it's a trap that players fall into, where they think, I'm just going to make the ball, and when they do make it, the other player attacks them, and or just goes long in the net. So keep hitting through it, stay aggressive on it, and yeah.
I mean, the perfect example from Bass there in that final forehand, it was low. If you then slow down on that ball and you don't speed up at contact, that's going to be a really tough shot to hit. But he sped up and really committed to it.
100%. And that spin, that speed of the racket is going to make the ball drop down. You can afford to hit through the shot a lot more, because that dip is going to happen, and it makes it such a difficult shot for the opponent to handle.
There we go then. 1-all here. Finn Bass has found a way back into this first match on show court here at Cardiff Met Tennis Centre.
And the Yonex E-Zone suffered a bit of abuse there into the back fence.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught that on camera, but yeah, Swain just had a little throw of the racket there, but I think...
Great aerodynamics on that one.
Yeah. Fortunately, this tennis centre has seen a lot worse from some of the university players, so yeah.
I bet.
Got tournament director Barry Felcher getting in our face with some camera work here.
Paparazzi shots.
Yeah. We'll get him on the mic at some point this week to hear his thoughts on the brand new event. So tell us a bit more about the channel and your plans moving forward, because you've done so well. And how long have you been going with Top Tennis Training?
Yeah, we've been now doing it for almost 14 years.
Wow.
So yeah, we were kind of one of the original ones that started doing online tennis instruction. It originally started my business partner Simon Konov. He started the channel, and then we were both coaches at a tennis club, and we met, and he just said, look, this is what I'm doing. And I thought, wow, you know, it's a great idea. So because at the time we were doing a lot of hours coaching a lot of students, we thought, how can we maximize to coach more players around the world, because we keep on repeating almost the same things to a lot of players, and we thought, why don't we capture this and you know, teach more players worldwide. And that's kind of been our mission, is to try and improve as many of you out there as possible with our insights. And of course, both of us played on tour, so both of us have played professional tennis now. I'm a level 5 master performance coach as well, so I've gone through my coaching qualifications to now the top qualification. So hopefully we know what we're talking about. You know, we're still learning, still trying to learn the game, like with everything. But yeah, like our mission has always been to kind of do as many lessons, useful tips to players worldwide, and we release videos weekly. Now we're trying to do a little bit more content this year, so we're going to hopefully try and up the content and have 2 videos a week coming out to you guys. And we also run tennis holidays, so we've got a tennis holiday coming up in Crete that we're taking a group of players to. Then we have one in Spain, then we have one in Malta at the end of the year. So we've got some great opportunity to coach people in person as well as online. But yeah, really enjoying it. It's definitely makes a big change from being a tennis player to and a tennis coach to being a YouTuber all of a sudden.
Yeah. Is it weird, the change being? And at what point do you class yourself as a YouTuber? Is that a certain follower? It's just, this is what I do now. Shift in mindset.
I, when people say, what do you do? I never say YouTuber. I like to say I'm a tennis coach. Tennis coach first, YouTube second.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah. That's, I think that's fair.
Yeah, but obviously, yeah, it's a platform that's it's propelled our business forward, and obviously it's helped us kind of develop and helped us get the brand out there. And it's of course down to you guys watching. Really grateful for all your support, or all of you that are watching our videos, leaving comments on the videos, liking the videos, sharing it with fellow players. It means a lot, so we really do appreciate it, and hopefully, you know, we'll be bringing out more content like this, where we'll do more lives. Obviously, we've got 4 days now together where we're going to do more match reviews. We'll do some on-court analysis, more interviews with players as well, giving you more insights into the game, which perhaps you wouldn't get elsewhere. So make sure you stay tuned in.
Yeah, lots of action this week. Slightly different order of play each day. So I think tomorrow we're starting a little bit later, around 9:30, 10 o'clock. But yeah, stay tuned on the socials for all that information. So it's Charlie Swain with a pretty comfortable hold in the early stages of this 3rd and final set.
It's vital, you know, after that, you know, losing the set, you have to come out and start well. You have to hold serve. It's vital. You even just giving yourself a little bit of time before you serve, just so that you can start the point ahead. Very important.
Umpire's just having a few difficulties with the scoring app, I think. So slight break in play as the players just waiting patiently.
Bit of technical issues. Who's your pick for the clay court season coming up? Do you think Sinner will make a big comeback? Do you think Djokovic still has it in him to do something?
I was watching the practice set that Tennis TV posted the other day of him and Alcaraz in Monte Carlo, and I was just getting a bit of a feel for how he's playing, and he looked good. I mean, it's tough, you know, to really tell how well they're playing in a practice set. I think he's still got some good wins in him. I think he's still got a major in him. I can't rule him out yet, because I've done that before, and then he's gone on to win majors. So
I feel like if it was a win, I just don't feel like clay
is the one.
Is the one simply because of the length of time it would be on court, you know, and he struggled with injuries, the age and so on. Like I feel like his best chance would be on a slightly quicker surface, so maybe a Wimbledon or the US Open are a better chance. But I think, you know, he's always dangerous.
He's always
you can
got that in
never
him.
count him out. But then if he's playing someone like an Alcaraz, would you know, who would you go for? I think I'd have to go for Alcaraz.
I think, especially on the clay, I think at the moment, yes. That's a lovely volley. Fade away, and that's a difficult
beautiful.
volley to hit, isn't it?
Beautiful, yeah. And he attacked that contact. He didn't just place it. He hit it.
But finishing off that conversation with Djokovic, I think, you're right. On a faster surface, the likes of Wimbledon and even the US, I mean, that's starting to play quicker now, isn't it? From what I've heard. Did you ever play Masters 1000s or qualies?
Never, no. So I've played qualies of US Open, played qualies of Wimbledon, never played the French. At Wimbledon, I won a round. I qualied in doubles at Wimbledon. I won a round in doubles.
Partnered
with Chris Eaton.
Okay.
The year before, the first Wimbledon I ever played, we had a wild card and we played against the Bryan brothers.
No way.
First round, they were defending champions.
Good draw.
Yeah, we looked to like, oh, great. It was actually a good match. We lost, well, I say a good match. So we lost 5-3 and 5 or something. So it was.
That's a good showing.
Yeah, we didn't embarrass ourselves, and we had some great points. And even they did one of these chest pump moves that they do. So we thought, we got a chest pump out of them. So
it
must be doing all right.
Takes the opponents to get that out.
Exactly.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
What court did you play on against the
Court
Bryan?
19.
Okay.
Which is semi-show court, I guess.
Is that the one they've now got rid of?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's the one that's like on route to court 1, like it's
Yeah, got you. Yeah, they've had a few changes on the grounds, haven't they?
I end up not going enough now.
Yeah.
I get all jealous. I want to play. I see players, that I used to compete against, and I think, oh, maybe I've still got it. Maybe I can make a comeback.
Yeah.
I never did retire fully. I took a break. I had a knee problem. I had a knee surgery. Kept making a comeback. It was hurting, so I said, right, I'm going to take a break. Started coaching during that break, and I'm still on that break now. So watch the space.
Yeah. The comeback is still on.
I mean, watching these guys, it's inspiring.
Yeah, it is.
But then also you think, oh, could I actually still play with these speeds? It's the body more than the mind. I think the mind still got it, but the body says no.
I mean, it's amazing how many players are still going. I was at a challenger event a few weeks ago in the Dominican Republic. And
oh yeah, Santo Domingo.
Yeah, it wasn't actually.
Oh.
It was a new one in Cap Cana.
Okay.
They shifted the venue, and you had Fanini, Goffat, all these players that have been going for so many years, and they're still grinding out the challenges, and it's just amazing. So it shows it's still possible.
Yeah, I mean, with players, sometimes you have to drop down a level. Like, if you're a challenger player, you might have to play some futures. If you're ATP or Grand Slam kind of player, you may have to try and get some more matches under your belt, drop down and place the slightly lower events. But it doesn't mean that you're going to win, because there's a lot of good players out there, and everyone's training, everyone's doing the right things, and it's not easy.
So and if we are, thinking about a player like Charlie Swain, who's only 18, he's still got so many years ahead of him. What would be, I was hearing from him yesterday the fact that he's actually not been playing as much tennis this year because of his A-levels. That's actually really good to see, the fact that he's able to be continuing to do both. Yeah,
very impressive. I mean, I think it's important to still, do your studies and everything. But then, when it's out of the way, then you can focus fully on tennis. But yeah, he's got a big game, and I think just playing more matches will help him a lot. And just getting that experience of being on tour. Some people think that it's all quite glamorous, and it's We just stay in amazing hotels and play on show courts, but it's not all quite like that. Sometimes you have to go to some difficult venues and struggle through it. But I think that's what makes you mentally strong. So if you're the good players, you tend to get through it. So
I mean, you talk about that, like being mentally strong. We've spoken about it quite a lot, and I just feel like both players, just with the chat with the umpire, the slight delay at the start of this set, they're both trying to manage that mentality at the moment. It feels like they're battling with themselves a bit.
Definitely, and sometimes I find that even the players that I coach now, when they get involved with an umpire and they start talking and they start arguing and so on, it can really disrupt your tennis, because you start to almost treat yourself as a victim, or this, something's happened and so on, and you, without knowing it, you kind of give your body an excuse of why you're losing, or so. It's very important not to get into that mindset where you start blaming the referee, and they do make mistakes, unfortunately, and sometimes they come at the worst times, and you can maybe come off court and then say that was terrible. But I think the more you can put it behind you and not get involved and just do your thing, because at the end of the day, there's zero chance of them changing their mind once they've made the decision. So you're only going to affect yourself, and if anything, by arguing with them, sometimes they even get a little bit angry at you, and they're less likely to be nice to you in the future. So I find that it's good to take a kind of an amicable approach, and try and put it behind you, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, then we're back on serve. That's at 1-2 in this final set.
Great forehand there.
Got that 1-2 punch in. That's something that you must try and teach a lot on the
it's a set play. Yeah, so you would you practice those things where you'd serve out wide, for example, get the play out of the court, and then look to dominate with your forehand, your weapon into the space, and that's exactly what Finn did there.
Yeah.
Tie-break in third set, I assume. Not long sets.
No. No. Got to be off the courts by 3. No. Tie-break at 6-all. So, with the way these two are serving at the moment and holding with,
Funny enough, at Wimbledon, we had a second round match. We were following the longest match ever. Mahut and Isner, that's it. And we ended up being moved, and then because of that, we ended up playing the next day. So we were meant to follow on after them, and they just went on an absolute epic marathon.
Well, you were scheduled for a doubles after that?
Yeah, doubles. Yeah.
Was that the one against the Bryans?
No. It was against Scotch and Friddle. We lost to these two. It was a second round match against them. We lost to in 4 sets or 3 sets. Second round.
That's unbelievable.
2 Czech guys. First round we beat Granollers and Ventura. They were the number 6 seeds or 8 seeds. So they were, and Granollers ended up making number 1 in the world. So I have got a win against the world number 1.
There you go.
And there we go.
That's one for the resume. That's outrageous. I mean, I don't know what I find more crazy, is that you were after that longest match, or that you've taken out a world number 1.
There we go.
Both pretty cool.
And in singles, my best win was against Gilles Muller. So he was top 40 to 30 something in the world. So that I beat him at Queens 7-6, 7-6.
Wow.
It's my best win.
Lefty?
And I actually outserved him.
Really?
I got more aces than him in that match.
It's a good stat.
Yeah, it was a good serving day. Doesn't happen often, but when it does,
you take it. Yeah. Gilles Muller, lefty serve.
Yeah.
So, God, that's tough to return on a fast grass court.
Yeah.
Especially with the one-hander. How did you manage to get around that?
block it,
Yeah.
make it back. Actually, I had quite a few chances. It was my serving, I think, that did it. I think if you serve well, and it's you know, for at the top of the game, the players that serve well, then it makes everything so much easier, because you know you're holding, you know you're getting those cheap points, and then you can try things on the return, and it puts so much more pressure on the other player, because they know that they're struggling to break you. And if you can get in their head a little bit, and yeah, it can really work in your favor. So yeah, that's why working on a weapon and developing a weapon off court is so important. Good hustle.
Yeah, really good hustle. Really did so well to stay in that rally. Just about to say how well Charlie was hitting that forehand and those last 2 shots, and the forehand chisel came to the rescue for Bass.
And this is where maybe a little bit of that inexperience comes in, where after the attack, obviously Finn made that shot really well back, and this is a time to say, right, you know, respect the shot of the other player. I have, you know, now I have to change the way I'm going to play, and I'm just going to, you know, make a normal ball back. But because he was on attack, he felt like he has to attack. And there you saw the frustration of missing the next ball straight after, you know, and that's a good player has to recognize when the other player has got back or neutralized play, and Finn Bass really neutralized that ball. And that was definitely not a ball to attack and rip with full power, which went 3 meters long.
Yeah, absolutely. It just shows that just by getting that one ball extra, that extra ball back in play, can prove the difference, and in that game it did. Finn Bass got the break.
We've got a question here from Fernando. Fernando's really active today. Guys, more of you need to be asking questions.
Be more like Fernando.
Be more like Fernando. We are here. Fernando, where are you from? He's got a question about our thoughts on the Blade 98 version 9. Version 9, is that the latest one?
You're asking the wrong person.
The green one. Because they had like the brownie one. Green, yeah, I mean, they're all green actually, blades. I'm considering to change from my E-Zone 98 to a Blade 98. I guess similar type of racket, both 98 square inch. I'd say the Blade maybe a little bit more of a control racket, slightly less power, but definitely a popular choice amongst the pros. Yeah, I think it's both are good rackets, and it's your preference, Fernando, which racket you prefer. It's yeah, it depends on your game. I think a good idea would be to take both on court, play points with both, and see what gives you the best result. And sometimes actually I find players, you know, they'll change rackets, and then they'll go and play a match, and they think, oh, no, it's the racket. I have to go back to mine. You know, and I've been guilty of that. No, it's the racket. The old one felt much better. So yeah. Sometimes making a change, but also sticking to it is it's another story.
Well, that's right, because it might be the right change, but it still takes a little bit getting used to. You know, it might take a few weeks of competition to fully make the most of that change, right? It's not going to be perfect straight away. Great to see some more questions coming in. We'll get to Pranav's question after this game. As Bass just tries to hold on to this lead. Did so well to earn the break in the last game, and stuck at 15 all in this game now. But if he can hold on to his serve for the rest of this set, he will be good to go, and he'll head into the evening with a win under his belt, the first of the week here at the Novellus Easter Bowl.
Big serve there, down the tee.
Be good to have a speed gun on some of these serves,
and an accurate one.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I used to do? I had a speed gun, and as I got older and my speed decreased, I started to put kilometers per hour, not miles per hour. So I'd serve and players would go, wow, that's a big serve. I'd be like, little did they know it was all kilometers.
No one has to know that.
No. Yes, Fernando Finn does look like a guy with good mentality. We haven't seen that much reactions from him. A lot more kind of level-headed, keeping his game a lot more level, not as many dips. There again, troubling his opponent by coming forward, asking the question.
Yeah, I just feel like when Bass does come to the net, Charlie is a little bit stuck for what to do, because he knows that Finn is such a good volleyer. He's got to do so well on the pass to be able to trouble him.
I think he has to try and hit the pass almost like a 1-2 pass, where he hits the first ball low and into the feet and then look to pass. I think he's trying to pass too quick off the first shot, which is proving costly where he's making the mistakes. So I think that 1-2 combination would help. Big forehand there from Swain.
Yeah, nice easy put away to finish off the point. Did the hard work at the start. And Charlie Swain is making sure that Finn Bass is going to have to continue to serve well to be able to see this match off. So you can see on the far court, Marshall Tutu and Ewan Lumsden just having a bit of a warm-up. That court 4 is throughout the week being used for a mixture of practice and match.
I've trained with Marshall a few times when I was playing some of these tournaments. I remember.
Knowing quite well off the court as well, or just?
Not as well, no, but just as a practice partner. Nice one-handed backhand.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think how many one-handers we've got this week. Just that one, I think. So yeah, he's holding out strong for the one-handers. Yeah, you can see Marshall Tutu live later on. Quick reminder of the rest of the day's play. So following this match between Finn Bass and Charlie Swain, we've got Ewan Lumsden against Michael Shaw. And then the final match of the day on show court will be Alexis Cantor taking on Marshall Tutu.
I even coached Alexis a few years back when I first stopped playing.
Okay.
Good player. Looking forward to seeing the improvements he's made.
Yeah, he's someone who's been around a fairly long time, was a top 50 junior. He was telling me yesterday, and then has just really grinded out the ITFs and just done all he can to continue his playing days.
Yeah.
Maximised his ability for sure. I think he's doing everything he can to prolong his career. He said one of the things he's most happy about, or his biggest achievement, is still enjoying it, because he said that he knows a lot of players that actually have lost their sort of love for the game because they just haven't been as successful, or just fell out of love with it because they've just done it for so long. But he's still very much enjoying things.
Yeah, it's so important that you got to enjoy what you do. You got to enjoy competing, and you got to enjoy the winning, but you have to take the losing and come back and try and do better the next week. And it's that kind of relentless will to improve and keep going. It tests you out there.
Sure does, yeah. Crucial stages of this match now. Bass just trying to hold on to his serve, keeping Swain at bay. And that's just landed in.
That was
bit fortunate there, potentially.
That was a very good shot at a big point.
Yeah. I don't know if he caught that quite as sweet as I thought. I think he caught a bit of the frame there.
Slight mishit. Controlled mishit.
Yeah. All planned.
So Charlie Swain now serving to stay in the match. Of course, that first set that he won already seems like a long, long time ago. Big forehand there. Almost happy to miss, but gets it in this time. Almost getting a little bit frustrated there that the game hasn't quite gone to plan. But a great passing shot there. And of course, it's all been credit to Finn Bass, who's stayed consistent throughout, played a very solid match. Stayed aggressive without too many errors. can Charlie find some form at the end? Not with that shot. Big rally then, a big backhand cross court, deserved that point. A big return there from Finn Bass, really setting up the next shot, which he took on the rise and chose to come forward. As such an important play, looking for the shorter ball, making sure that you don't give your opponent that breathing space. After that good return, really looked for it and got the rewards. Big forehand there. Gets that hold to ask the question from Finn Bass, can he serve it out? So here we go. This game to serve it out for the match. Come big down the tee. Has been a successful serve for him throughout the match. Didn't get it this time. Big return there. Great mix up there from Finn Bass, changing that defense into attack and then using that drop shot to bring his opponent forward. Used it at the beginning of the match with great success. Coming into play now at the end when he needs it. A long rally here for Charlie Swain, refusing to go down, getting stuck into it. A lot more rallies like this would definitely give him an opportunity to come back. Looking a lot less frustrated out there, almost accepted that if he loses, at least he can give himself the best chance here. Certainly doing that, 15-all. Needs a first serve here, Finn. Came forward there. A tactic that has helped him win a lot of points there. Didn't quite get the approach good enough. And Charlie was able to get a good shot on it, forcing a difficult volley there. Maybe a little bit of nerves there, wanting to finish the match, knowing that it's the crucial stage. Could have caused that mistake. 15-30. Big point. Got that first serve in. Very close, but definitely in. 30-all. Second serve here. Will Swain look to get around on his forehand, look to dominate? Or is he going to choose a more conservative approach? Chose to just get it in. Another long rally. Kept the ball nice and low there, Finn Bass. Really asked the question. Sets himself up for a match point here. 40-30. Of course, such a big focus for a player serving for the match on that match point is getting that first serve in. Didn't do it this time, Finn. Let's see how the point pans out. A nervous looking forehand there, didn't quite get his body out of the way. Got stuck inside the court. A good return from Charlie to get the ball deep. Forced his opponent to into a mistake. Still all to play for, deuce. First serve out wide and gets the reward. That 1-2 punch out wide into the open space. Such an important tactics that, you know, a lot of the pros use. Something that you guys can use to train gives you that clarity of thought. What are you going to do on the point? Serve out wide. Use the weapon into the open space, into the backhand. What a great play on deuce. Another match point. Second serve. Keeping that slice nice and low. But Swain getting away with it. Using his legs to drive up and forcing the mistake from Bass. Second match point wasted. Played a lot more conservative there, Swain. I guess knowing the importance of the point. Didn't go for a slap winner. Stayed in the point, got the result. Close call there, but wide. Still looking for that first serve again. Doesn't get it. Came in well, but a nervy looking volley there. Didn't stick the volley down. Tried to guide it into the direction. Small mistake, small wide. A break back point here. That's such a crucial point in the match. Could Charlie Swain find a way to claw his way back into the match? Needs a first serve here, Finn. Didn't get behind that shot with the legs. Got a little bit upright there. Back to deuce. Who's going to hold their nerve? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. Do you think Charlie Swain could find a way to come back into this match? Or do you think Finn Bass is going to hold out here in the service game? First serve out wide, ace. That's what you want on a big point like that. It's a third match point for Bass. Great second serve, but a good return, and again they're into a long rally here. Great approach here from Finn Bass, and a put away volley. Fully deserved win there. Great to come back from a set down, and then just didn't really look back there at the end. We'll definitely be proud of that performance. Charlie Swain had his chances, hit some great shots, went for possibly a little bit too much at times, that caused a lot of errors and ultimately caused the result. But Finn Bass really stayed mentally strong near the end when Charlie Swain dug in to try and rescue the situation. But Finn Bass was too strong, and again coming in, even though he missed a few volleys there, he chose to come in on match point. Such an important thing to do as a player is to follow your good shots into the net, because it just stops your opponent just getting the ball back into play and making you play more and more shots. By hitting a good shot and coming in, you're forcing them to either play a good shot from a defensive position, which is difficult, or if they make you play the volley is a lot easier to put away. So something that's very important for you guys to do. Yes, desperation made Charlie lose the points. I totally agree with you there, Fernando. Well, we're going to have some post-match interviews shortly with you guys. Alex is going to be courtside. He's going to come down and do a post-match interview for you guys, which is coming up shortly. But let me know in the comments below, what did you think about the match? Did you have any takeaways? Is anything you're going to incorporate into your own game when you play? So there, Finn Bass, the winner of the match, and Alex will be doing an interview with him coming up now. Just setting up the cameras now for that post-match interview to bring you guys a little bit of
we've
thoughts
got Finn
from the
Bass
winner.
down with us after
Finn
getting
Bass,
the first win
after a
of
great
the
three-set
event. Finn,
battle.
congratulations! Tough battle out there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in this tournament's really high level. Obviously, I know Charlie pretty well from training with him at Bath. Yeah, good talent, young, obviously off to college soon. I mean, you can see what he possesses, a lot of firepower, great serve, very unpredictable. I was just telling him at the end how well he was playing, and to honestly be a little bit more positive in himself, because you can see the level he has. It's pretty raw, but you know, he can hit winners pretty much anywhere in the court, and he sort of reminds me of myself when I was a bit younger. Slightly different, but it's a tough first match to have, because I would say there's not a lot of rhythm in that match, because you just don't know what's going to come off his racket. It can be an ace, it can be a winner. He can throw in games where he misses, and there was very little of that today, and that caught me by surprise. I would say I thought I would have a lot more cheap points from him, but that's credit to the way he played. But I'm really happy that I sort of stayed very calm and sort of used my experience there. And I thought I was a bit unlucky to go down early in the first set, a couple net cords. Thought I had a couple dodgy bounces with the balls, and a lot of break point chances that I didn't convert. But yeah, just used my experience to get myself through that one.
I mean, we were speaking about it on comms with Alex, and saying that actually it's difficult playing someone you train with. You know, people watching for club level, you know, even older players. You know, when you're playing someone at the same club, it's difficult. So how did you go into that sort of mentally? Was that a problem for you, or were you fine?
No, I was fine. Obviously, there's no hiding it. The pressure's on me, obviously, as the much senior player, and he's younger, and you know, I think that shows by the way he played. You know, he can just go out and swing there. Yeah. It doesn't matter if he loses, whatever score. I'm predicted to win. I'm the favourite. So it doesn't matter how well you deal that. There's still that element of pressure. You're like, oh, I don't want to lose. But at the same time, I thought I dealt with it really well. At the end of the day, it's you know, these matches are really important, but it's good practice, and you know, there's no point. You know, I've got to try and have fun out there. So yeah, no, I thought I dealt with it well.
No, it looked like you were, as much as there were difficulties with some slight delays, but you seemed like you dealt with it well. Right then, moving forward, you obviously got the first win under your belt. You're looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, of course. Actually, quite happy that I got 3 sets in there. It's good practice. I thought the level was extremely high, especially for the first match of the tournament, coming back indoors, which I prefer, but I've had a few weeks outdoors in high winds, so it's always difficult, changing surface, but obviously it's easier coming back indoors than going indoors to out. But yeah, just happy that the level was high there, and it was a really good test, and feeling good and looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure we'll get you on commentary a bit later, but we'll let you go and recover.
Lovely, thank you.
No worries. We are going to have a quick break before we come back, and we're going to chat to Barry Fulcher, who's the tournament director for the Progress Tour, and we'll have a quick chat with him. But for now, let's say a thank you to the sponsors. Finn Bass off the end of that win there. I was impressed with his performance, but yeah, delighted to be joined by the main man, Barry Fulcher, who's, this is all your brains. But yeah, what do you think of Finn's performance just there?
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic match to start proceedings here. It's been a lot of work to get the event up and running, so to finally get that first match on court, it was a spectacle to begin with. So 2.5 hour battle, and great to see Finn and Charlie battle it out there.
Well, the first one is finished, as you say, and then looking sort of on to the next match, Alexis Cantor, Marshall Tutu. Those are two players that know the Progress Tour pretty well. What are your thoughts on them going head-to-head?
Yeah, I know both guys pretty well. They've played a bunch of the Progress Tour events over the years. Marshall Tutu actually, I think, played the very first event back in 2018. He's come close to winning a couple of tournaments in the past, losing in the final, so it should be a good battle. I think they've played each other a couple of times before. Marsh's got a lot of experience under his belt, but Alexis, obviously having won here just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, he's well used to the surroundings, the environment here, and likes the surface, so it should be a good battle, a tight one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Alexis Cantor got a great win over the Welsh #1, James Story, in that final, so that he was playing some great stuff on this very court. Just looking at their head-to-heads, Cantor's UTR is 12.96, Marshall Tutu at 12.37, so Cantor just edging it. How much of a factor do you think that plays?
Yeah, I mean, the UTR is a really good representation of the level, and I think Alexis, having had that run of recent good form, his UTR has just shot up in the last sort of couple of months. He's competing a lot more. So it's going to be a tight one for sure. That tighter matchup with the UTR indicates that we're going to see a battle. Marshall obviously is into his 7th tournament of the year, so for a 33-year-old out there competing week to week, he's got lots of matches under his belt. I think he's in good physical shape for a 33-year-old. So I think we'll see a really good battle. It will be tight.
Well, that's a little preview of what's to come. But yeah, just tell us a bit about this event. What's the idea behind it, and why have you brought it in?
Yeah, it's been a long time in the making. I think you and I discussed an event similar to this going back to COVID times. So is to really try and put a bit of a highlight on tennis at this level. There's some great tennis as we see there in that first match that goes on week in, week out. And to bring a stream and a broadcast of this sort of magnitude has been a lot of work, as we said, but it really gives the players a good platform and hopefully provides a good viewing experience for our viewers at home. The players are being treated to really good playing conditions. They've got hospitality, travel stipend, they've got on-site physio, recovery hub, in the amazing surroundings of Cardiff Met here. So a lot of work in the making, but it's great to get it underway and see this event come to fruition.
And finally, obviously, you've partnered with Alex Lubinsky, part of Top Tennis Training. How good is that to take this event to a wider audience? It must be nice for you to see it just go worldwide almost.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, such as the tennis world is, I've known Alex for a long time, and it was a thought came into my mind last week to actually, rather than put it on my YouTube.
How many have you got subscribers on that one?
Yeah, I won't answer that. But he's got a few more than me. So we reached out to Alex. We had a conversation about how it can work, and I think it's fantastic to have a platform such as Top Tennis Training to get this sort of spectacle out to more viewers and really try and get that level of engagement in this amazing event and amazing level of tennis that we see here.
Yeah, and then just finally from us, looking towards the end of the week, we've obviously got an exciting new Dingles event coming up tomorrow. Just a word on that?
Yeah, I mean it's experimental. It's going to be a team competition. The guys know their teammates. They've been hatching plans already, talking tactics. So it'll be a different experience, really engaging from a fan experience, a viewing experience, but also interacting for the broadcast, interacting with the players courtside. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's 6 o'clock Wednesday evening, live broadcast on Top Tennis Training again. So we're looking forward to that, and there's a lot of banter going on in the background about who's going to take the title.
Yeah, we were hearing a lot of banter yesterday and some pre-Dingles event interviews on Media Day. But yeah, make sure to follow along on socials, the Progress Tour, Top Tennis Training. It's all being followed and captured on there too. So yeah, as I said yesterday on Media Day, we were capturing some interviews. So let's hear from one of the players and how they're sort of looking forward to the week.
I'm Michael Shaw. I'm 26 from Milton Keynes and I train at Loughborough University. Yep, I started playing through my family. My parents met through tennis and my older sister played as well. From Buckinghamshire and always played county tennis growing up. We had a really good group of players and then slowly transitioned to sort of national, international, junior events and then into playing some of the pro events once I was old enough. And then, yeah, I've always competed a lot, really enjoyed that side, and then went to Loughborough. And I've been there for many a year now and really enjoyed my time there, and I'm now doing a part-time PhD alongside playing for the university as well as playing other tournaments on the side. 2025 has included quite a bit of university tennis to start with. We had a good run in the cup. We lost to Nottingham, the eventual winners in the semi-finals, and I was runner-up in the British University singles tournament, and I have been prioritising my PhD slightly more at the start of this year, but I'm looking forward to competing here and next week, and then there's a long run of British futures coming up which I'll be playing. I also played in Roehampton, played with George Houghton in the doubles, and we lost a close one, but no, I've been enjoying my tennis and hope to continue that through the summer. My biggest achievement as a player, I think, was playing a university tournament in China for Loughborough, and we competed against universities across the world, from Melbourne, China, other places as well. No one from the States, luckily. They might have been a bit too strong, but we won that, and we managed to win a trip to the Australian Open to go and watch tennis there, so that was amazing. Lumsden, although we've been at the same place a lot, we haven't actually played against each other that many times. I remember the last time didn't go my way on a outdoor slow court in Aldershot. It's a little quicker in here. Indoors make a difference, so I'm looking forward to getting stuck into Lumsden.
Well, we're nearly ready to get back underway. Action continues here at Cardiff Met Tennis Centre in the heart of the Welsh capital. Alex Hyman with you again for this one. I'll be joined by Alex Slabinski, part of Top Tennis Training, once again on commentary. An exciting match up ahead. Alexis Cantor taking on Marshall Tutu. Two players that have taken part in Progress Tour events for many years now, since it began. Here we go then, Alexis Cantor, 26 years of age. Current ATP ranking of just past the 1,000 mark. Not easy to get a ranking like that. You need to work hard for many, many years to get that. UTR, 12.93, just edging Marshall Tutu, who's sitting at 12.39. Alexis Cantor from Oxfordshire, grew up playing there. Has played for Oxfordshire County for many years now in the men's county team, and yeah, has been playing on the international stage for many years. Got to a ranking inside the top 50 for the ITF juniors, but that was a few years ago now. And Marshall Tutu, a little bit older than Alexis Cantor, 32 years of age, still going strong though. Many of the players this week know each other very well indeed, and know each other's games inside and out, as we've just seen there with the first match on show court. Finn Bass taking out the youngster Charlie Swain. They're two players that trained together at the University of Bath, and going into it knew what each other had in the locker. And it was actually Charlie Swain who started out the stronger of the two, clinching the first set. But Finn Bass showing his true colours and coming back with the win. But here we go. Here's Marshall Tutu, as I said. A little bit older than Alexis Cantor. Currently doesn't have an ATP rank. That's just down to not playing much on the ITF or ATP tour. So the majority of his events have been coming in the form of UTR Pro Tennis Tours or the Progress Tours, as we're seeing here this week. Originally from Essex, Marshall Tutu. Nicknamed the Archbishop this week. And then Alexis Cantor, as I said, currently ranked 1,088 in the world. Had a career high of 773, so he's been up inside the world's top 800, which is some feat. Not a bad win-loss ratio this year too. He was champion of the Progress Tour in this very centre just a few weeks ago. Took out the Welsh #1, James Story. In impressive fashion, did Alexis Cantor. That actually came the week after he changed rackets to this new Babolat Aero. So he was pretty delighted with the decision to change rackets, given that his first tournament after the change resulted in a win. But here we go then, about to get underway.
So we are underway here. Of course, the first few points, always a nervy start for both players as they both try and settle into that match.
Yeah, the atmosphere feels a little bit calmer in here after that tense three-setter we just saw a few minutes ago. Had a moment to just take a chill pill, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed it, actually. It was a lot to take away there. Some good tennis played, some emotion.
Yeah, had it all, actually, to be fair.
And the real mix of styles, game styles, you know, Finn coming into the net very well. And Charlie was just firing from the baseline when it was going in. It was flashy, it was great. But the level-headedness of Finn Bass got him over the line at the end.
Yeah, sure did. Yeah, he'll be delighted with that result. And I think he was just saying in the post-match interview that he was just very impressed with the level that Charlie brought. And he was very complimentary and said to Charlie at the end of the match, you know, keep your head held high, because that was a really solid performance.
Yeah.
So Cantor off to a flying start. One of your former pupils, you were saying.
Indeed, yeah. I did work with him for a little bit. A few years ago now. He's definitely developed his game. Having weapons was always an issue for him. Always trying to get, you know, a little bit more out of his game. It looks like he's improved his serve. I know he recently switched rackets to the Babolat. I saw him a couple of weeks ago. He said he was trying out the Babolat and really liked it. So he's recently changed to that. Probably looking for that extra power, which it brings. I think it's the Alcaraz version, if I'm not wrong.
He was playing with the Wilson blade before.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of racket talk today, actually.
know.
We're getting technical. I quite like it.
Anything for the viewers.
Yeah, because often the sort of content that does quite well is those sort of racket reviews. Have you done many of those on the channel?
We've done a few. I think we can definitely do more. I've got a few in the pipeline, waiting to be reviewed. Of course, the brand's always bringing out new products, new technologies. There's always a better sweet spot, more power, less vibration happening, more feel.
So many factors going into it.
At the end of the day, it's the player.
We've got one of the only one-handed backhands for us this match. It must be nice for you to see one of your fellow one-handers.
Definitely, yeah. Did you get him in especially?
Yeah. We knew you were coming, so right, we better get Marshall in.
He's got a really smooth one-hander. It looks quite effortless, doesn't it?
Yeah, we were just saying before, the match with Barry on court, that Alexis Cantor really enjoys these courts. He was crowned champion of the previous Progress Tour that was held here, a 25k event, which was in partnership with the UTR Pro Tennis Tour.
Yes.
Wow, great hands to finish off, nicely covered from 2-2, but
nice and calm there at the end.
Yeah, really calm. But yeah, Cantor took out James Story, who's the Welsh #1, and has been doing really well post-college. And yeah, Cantor took him out in the final, which was quite an unexpected result. So he feels really good on these courts.
Confidence player.
Yeah, it seems.
Coming in with some wins behind his belt.
Yeah.
You know who Marshall Tutu reminds me of, his game?
After this rally. I'm going to struggle with that, no.
Pechi Pericard.
Ah, yeah.
Similar, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Big hitter, quite big serve.
Yeah.
One-hander backhand.
Yeah. No, not looks quite similar as well with the one-hander.
Yeah, and the way even his mannerisms and stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll be watching him and thinking, I need to model my game.
Yeah.
He's been doing pretty well.
Yeah, not bad. And he's still pretty young as well, isn't he?
Yeah, one of the biggest servers on tour, isn't he?
Yeah.
Also uses the Babolat. I think both the players here using Babolat.
Yeah.
A bit more racket talk for you there, right?
Can't get enough of it. Yeah, he's, one of the biggest servers, if not the biggest server, I think, at the moment. In terms of across the board, first and second, and his second is like game-changing almost.
Like normal people's first serve.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, people are looking at that style and thinking, why wouldn't I go for more bigger second serves? And
if you can get away with it, do
yeah.
it. I was always of the opinion if you're not double faulting in matches at all, you're probably not going for it enough. So you should always have a few double faults in there because you're pushing the limits. So yeah, because you always want to get something out of that second serve. You don't want your opponent attacking your second serve and having the first hit in the rally. So the more you can prevent that, the better. And that's where the topspin, the slice comes in, just to give a little bit of variation to how the ball bounces, to keep your opponent guessing, because it's way too easy for them if you just simply slow down a first serve, which I see too many players doing, but not these two. Definitely improved his first serve speed.
Okay.
Alexis. He's definitely got a lot more on it now.
Did you see any noticeable differences, or is it more just the feeling?
I mean, Sima is using his legs quite well, I think. Really driving up into, you can see he's getting some good air time there. Jumping up into it, driving up, which of course then allows you to snap down at the top.
I just love the way he's taken on that forehand so early, it seemed. It didn't back away from that one at all.
He was watching Finn Bass from the match before, I think.
Yeah, saw the way Finn managed to turn that match around by using his forehand to better effect. Yeah, nice comfortable hold then for Kanter. He leads 2-1 in this first set.
We've got a question here. Does mentally becoming frustrating? Does it mentally become frustrating when there's a lot of travel involved in tennis tournaments? Do players sometimes are not able to perform according to their potential because of travel? Right. I guess so. I think if it depends where you're traveling and how long for. Like if you're going to go to Australia, for example, you've got the time difference. You have to get there before. Yeah. You've got jet lag to think about. So you always travel a little bit beforehand to try and hit on the courts. Obviously, there could be a different situation with court conditions, surfaces. Could be playing in altitude. So there's a lot of variables involved. So the earlier you get then, the earlier you get used to those variables, the more confident a player then becomes. But part of being a tennis player on tour, you have to travel and you have to be prepared to finish one event, get on the flight, get to the next week, and go again. Especially if you're playing qualies for these tournaments, it might be a long week for you if you're going to qualify and then go far in the tournament. But yeah, mentally it can be quite draining, and a lot of the times players will travel alone. At the lower end of the game, you don't necessarily have the funds for a tennis coach or a tennis team. And then as the better you get, the more you can afford that luxury. So the pros that we see on tour, the Djokovic's and Runes, and they come with a big team. Not the case at the lower level, unfortunately. So you have to do everything yourself, organize practice. It helps to be quite social on tour, because then you know players, and a lot of these guys will know each other. They can organize practice, play doubles together. It makes it a lot easier. Whereas if you're just doing it alone and you stick to yourself, it's not easy. It can be a lonely sport.
Yeah, and you do get sort of known on tour, even in juniors or growing up. You know the players that sort of keep themselves to themselves, and you maybe shy away from them for practices, but the ones that stick together end up getting the practice courts together and things like that. So I think it's a good point.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the times, even at the lower end, if you want to share a room with another player, you know, often to reduce costs, it's very difficult if you're going to stay and you're staying somewhere for a month. If you've got a hotel, if you can reduce that bill by half, you end up staying with another player. It helps if you know the player already, and you can travel together, almost be like a little team. It's a bit of mental support, and someone to go for dinner with, someone to practice with. Good approach there. Didn't have many options there.
No, that was a bit of an all or nothing shot. If he pulled it off, then we would have been falling off the balcony in excitement.
I like how he's stepping into the court a little bit on that second serve, taking the ball on, not just hanging back. And again, it's that maybe change of slightly more aggressive game style that he's trying to bring, accepting that he can make a few more mistakes. Let's see if he does it on this one. Or did I speak too early?
Beautifully done. Well angled. Really nice backhand from Alexis Cantet.
And there, that return, he made the return, made him play the volley, but he came forward and he was ready to go for the next shot. So it didn't come as a surprise, that first volley, that he was able to stay calm on that passing shot, which is so important, is to have that clarity of mind where you've worked hard with the legs, that it gives your body a little bit of calmness to create that passing shot. Made it look easy.
Ooh. Just wide.
I think he got the wrong grip on that one. Had to shovel it back.
Yeah, Marshall Tutu with some very, very forward attacking tennis. Likes to come to the net, Marshall Tutu, clearly. That's something that I was going to ask you about. Was obviously we saw the likes of Medvedev doing it a lot more, and maybe players pinching his sort of return position, standing so far back, Casper Ruud. How much do you like that as a tactic, or does it really depend on your game style?
I think definitely depends on your game style, but it's definitely something that you can try in your game. I know Andy Murray used to stand really far back at one point, and then he worked on the positioning, coming forward, standing back. So it depends the kind of serve that you're receiving. If a player's serving really big and you're standing on the service line or on the baseline and you're constantly late on that serve and you're continuously missing it, you know, it'd be silly of you not to move back and give yourself some time. Whereas on the second serve, if you can take away time from your opponent, that would be the way to do it. Or a big miss there.
Decent lob put up.
Yeah, he was on it though. He'd be disappointed with that.
Important that, as far as what I remember being taught, was that first step when you are going back to those smashes. That first step crossover is so key.
Yeah, you gotta turn your body, get your left arm up, and move back. You know, you gotta get behind that ball as much as possible. I think slightly mistimed it. But yeah, going back to that return position, obviously if you are standing far back, you have a lot more court to cover, so be prepared to work really hard physically to get back into the point. And then obviously the further back you are, the harder it is to find depth. So you need to get a lot of height, and you need to hit it a bit harder. Whereas the closer you are, you can almost just nudge the ball and it will be enough. So you definitely need to adjust the way you hit that ball. It's definitely a tactic that players use a lot more now, especially on clay courts, you know, where the ball is bouncing up. If someone's kicking the ball up into your backhand and you're finding it tough, you know, don't keep hitting that same shot, move back a bit, see what they do. If a player is standing back and you're hitting that shot, you can keep doing that. The difficulty becomes if they start serving volleying, because when you're far back, obviously there's no angle. So if they are serving volleying, good luck passing that player. So I think someone like a Medvedev, when someone does serve and volley against him and he is standing far back, it's a lot more difficult for him to win the point. So yeah,
it's a shot that, you know, a lot of people would think, oh, it's just a normal ground stroke, but it's such an unusual shot to hit that people don't really practice unless you fully lock into that, you know, on the practice court and practice that return, because it's just the shape of it, as you say, you've got to hit it with so much more height to get any length.
Correct.
Oh, beautifully constructed point from Cantor. He was happy with that one.
Definitely. Big forehand.
Just all on his terms.
Looking really kind of loose on it as well. Looking really smooth. Like it doesn't look forced.
No, not at all.
You can definitely get a lot of power out of your shots by transferring your body weight, keeping a relaxed arm. A relaxed arm is a fast arm. A lot of players I see muscling that ball. They want to hit the ball harder, but in turn they are stopping themselves from generating the same power they're looking for. So very important to practice that looseness of arm and breathing through the shot, body weight in. Something that Cantor's doing really well at the moment.
Actually, a funny thing that I saw when just doing a little bit more research into the players is that one of Cantor's listed coach on the A to B Tour website is Ryan Storey, who's in the Hotel Planner group, which is the other group, amazingly. And I don't know how that is on there. Maybe he was just put down as a coach once in a while back in the day, or why that's on there. But yeah, I thought that was quite funny.
Maybe he did it as a little bit of a joke.
Yeah.
He is my coach. I don't have a coach, so my
can,
doubles partner is my coach.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
They put each other's down.
Yeah. I guess that's what you were sort of referring to earlier. If you, you don't have the funds for a coach, it's going to be your practice partner or your doubles partner.
Yeah. How are you guys? If you've just tuned in to the session, I hope you're enjoying it. We've got a great match. It's the second match covering today. First one, we had Finn Bass take a win in a nail-biter three-setter. And now we have Alexis Cantor and Marshall Tutu battling it out. Some great tennis. Both of these players are world-ranked, of course. Trying to play for that $10,000 prize pot. Some great tennis going on. Big rally here. Both players really going for it, getting each other out of court. Oh, and a lucky net cord there. So frustrating. Part of the game.
Yeah, a shame for it to end in that way, because that was toe-to-toe forehand, forehand exchange, like using the angle so well.
Didn't they introduce where you had to play with a net cord after the serve at one point? I know they did it quite a bit with university tennis, like college tennis in America, where you had to play through net cords on the serve. And I know it threw a lot of players out. They wouldn't move to it, and then they kind of had to relearn to try and move to those balls. I think they tried it with the juniors as well. I don't think they brought it into pro tennis, or did they try it?
No, yeah, I think you're right in the fact that ITF's juniors are starting to use that a bit more. I know they're sort of playing around with some of those rules.
I think it's to make the matches a little bit quicker, I guess, because you don't have to kind of go and pick up the ball, come back.
Yeah.
It's supposed to cut on that time, but I mean, how many of them do you get a match? Not that many. Is it really going to cut down the times?
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of these rules that, not sure about it.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if, what the viewers who are watching at the moment, what rule changes they would like. I think that would open up an interesting conversation.
Yeah, what can we change?
Yeah. What do they like about this event with some changes that are being made? What would they like to be different?
Well, some coaches suggested to have just a one serve rule where you only serve to get more rallies, and I completely disagree with it. I mean,
really,
for me, yes, you want rallies in tennis, but you also want the big servers. You want to have those different areas where you like have one player, different game styles. If you just have one serve, you're almost restricting that kind of player. You're taking away one complete game style. And it's fun to see a player who can launch a big serve and ace. It's part of the game.
Yeah, to me it almost feels like if you are wanting that one serve, it almost goes back to the junior tennis when
Yeah.
then no one has a big serve and you get into those long
Yeah,
rallies.
it's just going to be one-dimensional.
Yeah,
Yes,
slightly more dull.
yeah, yes, players, you want to see rallies, and it's fun to watch rallies, but it's also fun to see a big server.
Variety, yeah.
Yeah. It makes you dream that one day, if you practice enough, you could achieve a serve like that.
Yeah. One day, like Marshall Tutu serve.
Yeah. I keep dreaming.
Yeah.
It never happens.
Sticking to the baseline so well, I think,
Mm.
Alexis Cantor right now.
Of course, Cantor here is trying to get that break back. Two more chances at it. Gets the break. 3 games all. Back on level terms. Such a frustrating thing for a player when you are up a break and then you find yourself struggling in that game. It really helps getting that first serve in, being on top of the rally. And if you end up getting into some longer ones and lose the opportunity, very frustrating. Now he'll have to try and reset and look to break back again. Let's have a few more comments from you guys. What do you think? Leave a comment in the comment section. Are you watching along with us? Are you enjoying the tennis so far? Would you like to see more of something? Big rally here. Cantor coming forward with a nice stick volley there. Great play. Have you been watching our channel for a while? Are you a regular subscriber, or have you just found this link through the event? We hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. A new concept, of course, where we bring a little bit more of interactive action to you guys. Chance for you guys to get involved, ask questions, anything that you're working on in your game. Hopefully you can relate to these players. Battling out. Nice first serve there. And a good disguise on the drop shot. Of course, a player like Marshall, he was on the back foot there after that return. looking at the other side, seeing Cantor wind up for the shot, expecting a deep ball, and then that drop shot, last second change, very effective. Tough close call there. Big first serve down the tee. Takes the game with conviction. Do you enjoy watching the match from this court level view where you're behind the player? You get to see the trajectory of the ball, the construction of the points. I always enjoy watching it this way. Sometimes on TV broadcasts you don't always get the sense of speed and just what the players are doing. Hopefully we are bringing you a new angle to enjoying tennis through our platform. It's 3-4, Marshall 2-2 to serve. Marshall, of course, has been around for quite a few years. I remember myself training with him a few times, playing some ITF, some futures events in the UK, some practice sessions that we did together. He's still going. That was probably about 12 years ago now. Big first serve out wide, but Cantor read that serve well, got into the point and tried to close the net down. Just overhit the volley slightly, but a good play. Sometimes a mistake is still a good play, where it's just a slight execution, but did the right thing on that. Oof, a very close call there. Of course, we don't have any action replays or Hawkeye to bring for you guys, but we'll have to rely on the umpires here. What do you think, guys? Was that ball in or out? Let's hear your thoughts. And they're quite clearly one of the main tactics for Alexis Cantor is to try and get the ball into the backhand side of Marshall 2-2. Although solid, it doesn't quite generate quite as much power out of it. And it was successful on that occasion. Big serve down the tee. It's so nice to be able to do that. To just be able to get yourself out of jail when you're in trouble, to serve a big serve down the tee, get yourself out of trouble.
All right. Well, we've come up with a new guest, Alex. So we're joined by Ryan Story now. Is it Story or Story?
Story.
Story. Okay, there we go. How you doing? How was your match?
Yeah, pretty good. Played David Quayle. To be honest, played one of the best matches I've ever played.
Really?
Couldn't really miss a ball. So, yeah, not a bad start to the week.
Happy days. Yeah, good start to.
Yeah.
Are you in the Novellus group or the Hotel Planner group?
Good question. I don't actually know.
Doesn't matter if you keep on winning, then.
No.
So yeah, you played David Quayle.
Yeah.
You know each other fairly well, right?
Yeah, I've seen him around for the last few years. All at the same tournaments. Played him once before a couple of years ago. So yeah, I've seen him quite a bit.
You had a decent game plan going into it.
Yeah, just go and just take care of myself and look after my own game, and yeah, that worked today.
And what would be your kind of preparation coming into a tournament like this? What would you be doing? Does it vary the closer you get to the match, or how would your week be looking?
Yeah, I coach a bit, so I wouldn't go too crazy on the training because I hit a lot with my clients.
Yeah.
Mostly just looking after the body, going to the gym a bit,
yeah,
ability, that sort of stuff. Just making sure the body feels good, as I don't really feel like my tennis is going to improve in a week of training.
You never know.
Yeah.
If you're working on the right things.
Yeah, that's true.
We were just talking about Alex, and he technically never properly retired, and we're still waiting for a comeback. So
yeah,
the dream stays alive for as long as you want it to.
Exactly. You know.
Yeah, and I keep stopping and starting. So yeah, I'm still dipping my toes in as well.
So you're sort of a mixture between coach player. Tell us about your coaching side.
Yeah, I coach kind of full time at Duke's Meadows in Chiswick, but yeah, I still love playing tennis, and I try and play when I can. So yeah, I've got a pretty good job, flexible job where I can come and do stuff like this and play the odd futures as well.
And have you got any futures planned to go to? Have you got something that you're preparing for now?
There's a couple 25Ks in Nottingham coming up at the end of this month, so I'll probably go and sign in for those.
Okay.
Play those couple, yeah.
And it would be qualifying. You have to go through.
Yeah, lost all my points because I haven't played. So.
Okay. Back to the drawing board.
Yeah, in the qualies.
Yeah. What would you say for players that are just starting out on tour? Any advice that you can give them that they can take in? That as they're just starting to play futures. Any insights from you?
Yeah, I mean it's obviously not easy, so you're gonna lose a lot. So you just got to be patient and stick with it. Trust in like what you're doing every week, and keep working hard and trust the process. It's very hard. It's not an easy game to shoot up the rankings. So sometimes it can take a while. So you just got to stick at it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I guess like developing your game enough to feel like you deserve to win. I think some players think, I'm going to go because they enter a tournament and they think they're just going to magically do well. Like I think you almost need to have the game where you go in and you think, you know what, I deserve to win because you've done that hard work, the preparation, all the things beforehand. And that takes years to master, right? Like, what age did you start playing tennis?
I started at 7.
Okay.
Started off.
Similar to me, actually.
Yeah, same as you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went to like a local school program down the road from my house after school one evening. Just never stopped.
The rest is history.
Exactly.
Did you play any other sports? Like, parents out there watching, they sometimes put their kids into, different sports. Did you kind of do other sports as well, or did you focus on tennis solely?
No, I started off playing football.
Okay.
Played for Ipswich when I was a kid.
Wow.
Did show jumping.
Show jumping?
Yeah.
Horse riding?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Parents work in horse racing.
That's
so
a different one. It's not one you usually hear.
No.
I was doing that, and then, I ended up moving to America when I was 11. So when I moved, I completely stopped everything else and just was focused on the tennis from age 11.
What was that solely a tennis decision to move there?
No, my parents moved out there, so I got they took me as well.
Took you along for the ride.
Yeah.
Was it a good decision? I mean, because you ended up training out there a lot because you then focused solely on tennis. But
yeah,
what was it out there that you really enjoyed? Was there anything, or did you actually prefer tennis over here?
I loved it over there. I'm very happy I grew up there. For tennis as well, it's amazing. You got the tennis scene in California is incredible. There's just so many players, so many tournaments.
I guess the weather helps.
Yeah, weather's amazing.
What do you think about players going to American university in college tennis? Is that something that you'd recommend for players to do? Players that are watching now, are they maybe considering about to do that? What do you think?
Yeah, I think definitely go, unless you're like a Fonseca or those kind of guys.
Yeah,
because he was meant to go, wasn't he? He was close to going.
I would recommend going for sure. I spent a bit of time at some colleges as well, and it's amazing. So even if you only go for a year or two, just gives yourself time to develop, and you play a lot of matches out there as well. The training's good as well. Yeah, I would recommend for sure.
What's your take on matches versus practice? Like, how many matches should you be trying to play? Are you kind of thinking you should be playing more matches or training more to develop your skills?
I think it's always a balance, isn't it? Like, depending on who the player is. I feel like you want to be winning like at least 2-1 matches. So if every 2 matches you win, I don't really feel like you should be losing more than you win. It's trying to find that balance, and then if you go away for a few weeks competing, coming back and having a week or two training is always good. To try and improve what you can work on from those tournaments, you know.
Yeah, we've got a question here actually from Shikha Mehrotra. He asks, are there any suggestions from you to improve your technique, as he struggles with working on his technique and improving it? Do you have any suggestions for him? I guess it's a tough one because you don't know what the technique is, but we could have some broad tips on how to improve technique.
It might be so bad that you can't do anything to help it. I'm sure it's not that bad, Shikar.
I think get a good coach.
Yeah.
Get a coach that you trust and you can listen to.
Or watch some of the videos on Top Tennis Training. That should help.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Too easy.
Yeah, but I guess, try to identify what is holding you back with your technique. Try and record yourself or have a coach tell you what it is that you need to improve, and then drill things in, and don't go back to what you were doing before. Really try and commit to the change. I think too quickly we can dismiss something when we're trying to improve something. For example, you could be improving a grip, and you try it once and you think, oh, it doesn't work, and you almost lose faith in it. Sometimes be prepared to take a step back to then take 3 or 4 steps forward. So it can be a long process. So don't feel like it's a short-term thing where you just do it and it's instantly going to happen. Some players it does, like the better the player, the quicker they learn, I guess. Like for me, I find it very difficult to make changes. So the moment, if a coach told me, right, you know what, you have to do this on your serve, I'd literally have to go out there and hit thousands of balls in order to feel like I've mastered it and it's become part of my routine. Whereas, to some players, they say, oh, just do this. And, I'm sure if Roger Federer was told to, I don't know, do something on his back, and he'd just be able to instantly do it. And I think, depending on the kind of player that you are, you need to work a certain way and, lower your expectations and just keep trying to improve.
Agreed.
Score update. Whilst we've been chatting, there's a set that's been completed. Cantor takes the first 6 games to 4. A little word on these two. What do you know about Alexis, first of all? He's put up a good, strong showing in that first set.
Yeah, I know him pretty well, actually. Travelled with him a lot in some junior tournaments, on the pros as well. I've actually gone on a few trips with him as his coach a couple of years ago, some futures.
Yeah. I think you still appear as his coach on the ATP website we saw, right?
Yeah, you're still there.
Didn't know that.
So when you play against him later on,
player versus coach.
Yeah, it's going to be a player-coach combo.
That's a bit tricky, isn't it?
Does that mean you have all his, all the things that he doesn't like doing, and you'll have a bit of a...
Yeah, I know him very well. So I got the upper hand.
The upper hand.
But yeah, I've known him for years, and I still hit with him all the time. So yeah. And then Marshall, I actually used to train with him a long, long time ago.
Really?
And I just came back from America, like 17 or 18. Trained with him for about 6 months at Gosling.
Okay.
But yeah, he's an unbelievable athlete.
Yeah, he's a good,
Makes it
like
very
strong
easy.
guy, yeah.
I compared him to Pesci Picard.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
he kind of looks the same, hits the same,
Yeah.
big serve, like one-handed backhand.
Yeah.
Who would you compare Alexis Cantor to?
Rublev.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's a little bit more smoother than
He-
Rublev. Kasper Ruud?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I don't think he looks for his forehand as much as Casper.
Yeah, maybe you should.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one thing
This
he
is
could
better
improve. Yeah.
Yeah. I think his strokes are very Novak-like.
Yeah.
Very smooth.
Yeah, that's another.
It's a good, nice compliment.
It's a
For
good
a
compliment.
potential opponent later on.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you tell someone that, you know, you give them the compliment, they then want to match up to it and they play worse by trying too hard. And other times you can say it and they'll give him confidence and he'll just play amazing.
Yeah.
Hit you off the court.
Yeah, you have to keep that one in the pocket unless
Yeah.
you're losing. You can say, oh, you're playing like Novak today.
I know, yeah.
In fact, that's actually happened to me once.
What's that?
All right, so I went to Netherlands and I was playing a guy called Matway Middelkoop.
Yeah.
He was like 130 in the world or something, good player, and it was first round, like he was #1 seed. And I was 6-love, 3-love up.
Yeah.
I couldn't lose a point. I was like having the match of my life. And on the change of ends,
Yeah.
he was walking past me and he said, "You're timing the ball unbelievable. You're like Federer out there today,
Yeah.
right?" And I came out, and for some reason, like I stopped playing. I stopped feeling as good because I was like, I need to like play like Federer, and I was kind of almost like trying to live up to what he's just said, and it made me feel like I tensed up. I started losing. I ended up losing the match, something like 4 in the third. Went home, and he ended up winning the tournament.
Yeah.
So from possibly winning like 6-love almost, because I think I was even 3-love 40-15 up or something like that, to going home. You know, it's just something that he just got into my head.
It's a bit of a classic trick, that one, isn't it?
Yeah. Just makes you
Oh,
think
mate, you're
about your
playing so
game.
well.
Yeah, you're playing so well.
How do you
You're playing
do it?
so well. How'd you do it? You're timing that forehand amazing.
Yeah.
We don't recommend you do that, guys, but it just shows that, you know, mental strength is so important out there. Cool. I'm sure if you said it to a Novak Djokovic, he'd be like, yeah, I know, and still beat you.
Oh, what a shot from
Doesn't
2-2.
like every time.
Did you catch that backhand line
Yeah.
winner? That was unbelievable.
Pretty sweet, wasn't it?
Sweetly struck.
Pesci Picard backhand winner down the
Yeah.
line.
Stan Wawrinka.
Yeah.
All right, so we were talking about the importance of like having a big weapon for people that are sort of up and coming or juniors, the importance of developing that weapon.
Yeah.
What would you say yours was growing up, or has that changed over time?
My weapon growing up was just making loads of balls.
Yeah.
I didn't kind of develop a huge forehand or a huge serve. So that was one thing looking back that maybe I could have done a bit better. But growing up in America on the slow outdoor hard courts, it became a bit of a grinder.
Yeah.
And unless you're world class at that, you have to be so good at just making balls now.
Well,
Today's game.
and you have to be so fit if you want to play that way.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you are someone that's out there playing like that, you have to be prepared to be the fittest guy on tour, you know. And you're gonna have to suffer a bit. But yeah, if you want it to have a little bit easier, then get a big serve, get a big forehand.
Yeah.
You can get away with it a little bit.
Yeah.
I wish I did that a bit more as well now. I tried to. It's that balance between, you know, having a weapon and you know, protecting your weakness. It's like, and actually different countries I find work differently. Like in Europe, I find that a lot of kind of mentality is right. You know, you've got a weakness, you have to get it, so it's not a weakness anymore. Whereas in America, I find that they teach a lot more of I don't know what you think, but they go more like, oh, you've got a weapon, let's make it into a super weapon, where it's like, you know, you get like the Roddick big servers, and you know, it's a lot more about like getting the most out of yourself, having something that's so amazing. Whereas in Europe, it's more about like getting everything even. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, obviously for you, you've grown up in America, and you were an even player, so.
Yeah. No, I do find that interesting. Like America, it's always about the serve and the forehand.
Yeah, like big game.
So many Americans have forehands. And you go to like France, and it's all flair and frenzy.
Yeah.
And then Italy as well. Italy's got their kind of own style.
Yeah, and Spain is just relentless making balls.
It's just
Spin.
relentless, making loads of balls. So every country's a little bit different.
What do you think UK is?
I had this conversation a while ago, actually. I don't think there is like a clear. It's not like America or France.
All rounders.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Every time it comes to the grass court season, players think, "Oh, the Brits." It's like, you know,
Yeah.
it's like they think we practice on grass like 24/7, when in fact we don't. You know, like you have the same amount of practice as anyone else, but because of that expectation, it almost gives us an edge because they think, oh, and you start coming forward, they're like, oh no, it's what they do. It's just what they do.
Yeah. Well, grass quarters.
Yeah, exactly. Like we're the grass court specialists.
Yeah.
Because we've got the Grand Slam that we, never get to practice on.
I know, exactly. But other countries don't know that.
No, we have to
keep that quiet.
Big point here. Cantor with the upper hand.
Ooh.
Just about caught the line,
Was it?
Look wide.
I mean, it's so tough to call from here. I mean, if I was playing without an umpire, that's out every time.
Yeah.
Anything to win.
Outrageous.
I thought it was wide, to be fair.
Yeah. How do you deal with bad line calls? For example, sometimes you might, encounter that in a tournament, especially abroad. Sometimes they like to help their own and so on. What would be your advice to people watching out there?
It is what it is. It's the same for your opponent. So I've kind of learned over the years to just let it slide. It happens. It's going to happen in your favour as well. So, yeah, as a kid, I would have got a little bit hyped up and maybe said a few things, but now it doesn't matter.
Yeah, sometimes it kind of like, it can make you so almost obsessive about it, and you start feeling like that's the reason you're losing, and you're like mentally you're making it tougher for yourself to deal with. If it's a good way if you can let it go and concentrate on the next point. Take it 1 point at a time. Take your time, I'd say, between points as well. Like if you've had a bad call or something, don't just rush into it and be in that mind frame where take your time, go to the towel, come back, reset, boom, you're ready to go. Kind of try and forget it.
Yeah, exactly. And the refs they're trying their best and they don't mean to make a mistake if they do, and most of the time they're right.
I definitely had a few umpires that didn't like me.
Yeah.
And I felt like they were just like gunning out.
Going after you.
Yeah, like you're doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
And the more arguments you have with them, the more they're like, no, I'm not going to give you one.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, I shouldn't have done it the first time because now it's too late. Now we're on bad terms.
Yeah.
I'm never going to get a good one now.
No.
What do you think Marshall needs to do to try and make this a little bit more even? Because Cantor at the moment is sort of running away with it. I mean, it's still early days in the second set, but so far from what you've seen?
Yeah, it looks, a lot of it looks like on Alexis's hands. So, yeah, Marshall needs to try and turn that around, maybe try and serve a little bit better. First ball after the serve. Just try and be more on the front foot.
So you think the first sort of 3 shots of the rally are going to be key?
Exactly.
What was the highest ranking you reached?
In ATP, I got to 626 when I was 19.
Okay.
Yeah. So my first year of playing on the tour full time, that I got to 626.
It's interesting, like when the first year that you play, you kind of, because you have nothing to defend, you're playing free, you start to go up, and then the next year comes around, and then now you almost have to do the same just to keep your ranking, and then you have to do better.
Exactly.
It's such an extra pressure on you, and a lot of players, it becomes very difficult. I know it's amazing, some of these guys like Djokovic and so on, they're able to stay at the top level for so long that they're consistently not only defending their points but sometimes even beating how they did last year. I mean, that's such a big challenge, I think.
Yeah, it's so impressive. To get there is hard, but then you got to stay there.
Yeah.
It's even harder.
And yeah, because I mean, with tennis, it's because it's every year your points drop off. It's not like, once you get your ranking, this is it. That's your standing. You get injured, you have a few months off, and maybe during those the months you have to defend a lot of points.
Yeah.
Suddenly you've dropped ranking without even having the ability to defend them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough sport like that. Doesn't matter how well you do, you've got to back it up the next year.
Yeah.
And the next year after that.
Yeah. And it comes around quick.
Yeah.
Because you think you've still got time, oh, it's fine, and then it's then, and you're, oh. What was your best career win?
In the pros, I beat a handful of guys in the 200s.
Okay.
A couple of guys were top 100, then I played them when they just dropped.
Yeah.
Like Copper Jeans and Gianluca Maga.
Oh, yeah, I played Copper Jeans. Yeah, I played him on clay. He was good.
Yeah,
I lost to him once.
He made a lot of balls. I beat him in Turkey, second round of the Futures.
That's a good win, that.
And then, what else? Played Echeverry in the Futures on clay. First year playing, beat him.
Was he a bit of a late developer, Echeverry, or was he always very good at a young age?
I think he was always pretty good. I think he got to about top 10 in the world.
Oh,
for
right. So not too much of a late developer, yeah.
And then, played him in the Futures, and then suddenly, look at him now, not doing too bad. But yeah, and then I played a few good players as well, but didn't quite get the win.
Cantor looking good so far in this second set. You were saying what Tutu needs to do to try and sort of get a grip of things almost. But yeah, just a quick one to the viewers. Remember to send in questions because we don't know how much longer we'll have Ryan up here for. So if you've got any burning ones, send in, as you can see.
Yes, guys, go into the live chat box, write it in. If you have any questions, you've got a pro player here who's ranked as high as 600 in the world, answering your burning questions about anything that you're working on, any questions that you have about tennis.
And even this match too, is with what Cantor's being able to put on show right now, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's on fire right now.
He's definitely developed his aggressive game, being a bit more attacking. I think he used to hang behind the baseline a lot longer, kind of being that in defense running, whereas I think he's realizing he needs to take it up a level, and he's doing that. I mean, the risk of doing that and missing is, you know, you can lose confidence, but actually sticking to it and playing aggressive and accepting that you might make a few more errors, but you know, by doing that you might actually get the win and actually become a different kind of player to face. What kind of player did you like facing? Are there any players that you particularly hated playing against? What type of game style?
I mean, nobody likes to play a massive server because they don't really give you any rhythm.
No.
So I mean, that's probably my least favourite. And then I would love like a grinder.
Yeah. Because just all on your terms.
Just feel like
you
I
just
just
do
battling
whatever
it out,
you like. Yeah, you know, as long as you're fitter than them, you know they can't win.
As long as you're fitter.
Here's a little bit.
If you're not, then you're struggling.
A little bit of insight. I played Ryan. We were just chatting before about a year and a half ago, and I'm a bad grinder, so I tried to do that, and I'm awful at it. And you just just beat me to shreds a little bit. So a grinder against you, who does it very well, is not fun. So
grinder versus grinder.
Yeah, not fun out there. So it doesn't surprise me you're someone that likes rhythm, and I felt like I would have given you that.
yeah, I do like rhythm.
I think if you want to be a successful grinder, you just have to keep the ball deep. Like, you have to learn to, you know, make balls, and when you're on the run, to keep deep. So because the moment you drop it short, the player can then attack you, and then you know you're in trouble. Whereas if you can maintain that rally ball and the tempo of the rally, and maybe even bring down the tempo through the height, through the depth, it can make you a lot more effective. So yeah, guys who do that well are probably a lot more effective at winning.
Yeah.
I'm sure you did better than Alex.
Yeah, I think I did that day.
little serve and volley there. Great defense from Marshall to get him back behind the baseline. But you see Kanter sneaking into the net again, forcing Marshall to try and do something with it, and wasn't able to control that ball. But all fair play to Alexis Kanter for playing the right way there.
Beautiful tennis, just like Pat Rafter.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Poetry in motion.
Exactly.
As the players sit down, it's 3-love in the second set to Kanter. He seems to be really in control there of the match. Really taking it to Marshall 2-2. Of course, Kanter is having a lot of confidence right now, having won an event not so long ago. So, yeah, doing really well.
Last bit before we let him go is to try and bring it into last round where he finds play. Just get into a bit of the nitty-gritty of what's going on down there.
Yes.
Different opponents.
Yeah, we did a bit of that, but so we can almost finish.
And he can escape.
We've got a question here. Whose backhand is more effective?
Wait, we've got a question here from a viewer. Barnabas is asking whose backhand is more effective. Backhand, I assume. So
Out of these two?
well, let's do out of these two first, and then we can say out of the pros. But I think these two.
I think in this match, has to be Alexis.
Yeah. Would you think two-handers versus one-hander battle? Do you think the two-handers have a better backhand than the one-handers in general?
I do think so.
Yeah.
You do get the variety with the one-hander, but you've got to have a very good one-hander, I think, to have that. 'Cause you can create more width and get the ball going off the court a bit more with the one-hander cross. Ooh, obviously helps with the slice and that stuff, but yeah, it's got to be a very good shot.
It almost forces you to develop your forehand a lot more, so you end up looking for the forehand more because you're almost protecting the backhand a little bit. So the one-handers seem to always get the better weapon, like serve. They're looking for the forehand a lot more, whereas the two-handers, they can be a little bit more even, on both sides. Which, and that's kind of that difference of game styles and what makes it so exciting when the two-hander plays against the one-hander.
Yeah, no, agreed.
So who would be your next matchup? Who do you play next?
I played the winners of Ewan and Michael Shaw. So whoever wins that match after this, I play the winner of tomorrow.
Okay.
Interesting, because they're warming up with each other, but they're about to play each other.
Yeah, very friendly, yeah.
Will you be watching that match?
Yeah.
Have you played them before? What are you?
I've never played Ewan, but I've played Michael 3 or 4 times now, actually. But yeah, never played Ewan, so we a fun one.
Yeah.
I've always sort of wondered a little bit. We were speaking about one-handed backhands and the pros and cons of it earlier, but with someone like Alexis playing Marshall, it always seems to me like it's a clear target. If you have a one-hander, people are going to target it. You're going to get tough ones up high, and it's going to be attacked.
Yeah.
Do you feel that Marshall is that is the case for him, and Kanter's doing well to target it?
Yeah, I would say so. I know when I play one-handers, I start off by just hitting kick serves to their one-hander, every ball to their one-hander.
Right.
Just test it out early. Sometimes they have a good one-hander and you stop doing that, but if it's not amazing, you can just do that for an entire match, I feel, and get away with it.
You feel like you can consistently do that and there's no need to change it up, because why would you?
Unless they start to hit winners and they can deal with the heavy balls or mix it up to that. There's no need to change.
And Alex, you obviously had a one-hander, so what would you counteract that? Or
Well, yeah, I mean, if someone's doing that really well, I mean, obviously the one-hander can then start slicing and try and kind of manage or neutralize that tough ball into it. Yeah, it makes you cheat a little bit on your positioning that we discussed a little bit earlier, that you start standing in that area, so even when you give them a space that's a lot less, so less space to aim into and look for the forehand, and hit a lot less backhands while they're trying to make you hit a lot more backhands, so it becomes that real kind of battle of which player is going to find the backhand and which one is going to find their weapon.
Yep.
The ultimate battle.
That's just what Rafa did to Roger, isn't it, for 20 years?
Yeah. Well, there was that time where Roger just said, right, I'm going to start hitting everything, and when he did the sabre and he started taking everything a lot earlier and going for it, and when he came back, he won the Australian Open. Remember that match where he literally just played amazing and blitzed Rafa off the court because of that backhand was no longer that the weakness.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not an easy shot to hit, not an easy shot to feel confident on and go through it like that on big occasions. So
yeah,
fair play to Roger.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty well dealt with.
Wow.
2-2.
That was a decent lob as well. Got a lot of spin on that. That ball was dropping fast.
But not good enough.
It's good, but not good enough.
Exactly.
Playing a lot more money tournaments compared to futures because of the prize money involved is a lot better, or do you feel like the priority is playing the world rank for world ranking points?
I think it's balanced when you're kind of coming up and you're at the futures level. Tournaments like this are amazing to play. So yeah, I personally love doing this stuff. Get a bit of cash, guaranteed a few matches, and then you got another money tournament next week before a couple of futures. So
yeah, so it just keeps you going.
Exactly, and hopefully you can win a few matches. So then you go into those futures at the end in a couple of weeks, and you're feeling pretty good about your game.
Yeah.
So we were mentioning earlier how Cantor loves these courts. He played the Progress Tour here a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Beat James Story in the final.
Yeah.
Had a good run. What do you think it is about his game maybe that suits this style of courts? Do you think there is something in that?
Yeah, it's definitely a bit quicker in here.
Okay.
So I think he likes that. He said when they played the UTR they were playing with Diadem balls, so it was very, very fast.
Yeah. What are you playing with this week?
It's Dunlop Fort this week. Dunlop Fort all court. It's quite hard to see probably on the stream, but the first couple games the balls are very, very fast, but then they fluff up very quickly. So a few games in, the game slows down a lot, and we're getting new balls 9 and 11 games. So by the time you switch, the balls have slowed down a lot. So it's a completely different game. That's how it feels out there.
What's your favourite ball to play with?
I do like Wilson US Open.
Yeah, solid choice. I think I'd go for.
Very lively. Can hit the ball pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Kick serve is very effective.
They don't fluff up as much as the
They don't, no. Yeah, these balls fluff up probably
the most. Yeah.
Yeah, the most I've ever seen this week for some reason.
Yes, it's a combination of surface where you have slightly rougher.
I was going to say it is quite rough,
Yeah.
And then the ball itself fluffs up a little bit more. I find that the new balls now for some reason are just fluffing up a lot more. It's just across the board. I don't know whether it's a change of composition or they're developing something to make them last longer, but in turn makes them fluffier. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think Medvedev and a few other players were talking about that and how they've been struggling. Don't get as many free points on the serve.
Yeah.
Makes it a bit tougher for those guys.
Again, it's the argument of do we want more rallies or bigger serves? And
Yeah, I definitely want more rallies.
Thing is, though, if for someone who's just a grinder or so on, like even Alexis Kante is just a solid kind of player. By having a slightly quicker ball and a faster court, it adds some more of a dimension to them as well. They become more effective. Their shots become heavier as well. So, yes, it might suit the big hitters, but actually it improves the game of the not such big hitters. It makes their shots a lot more effective.
Yep, agreed. Gives you that extra little bit of pop.
Kanter facing off a couple of break points. That was good serving.
That was. He's getting pumped.
Crucial points. He's quite a quiet character, but he can get the pump out too.
He can. He can get very loud. So just wait for it.
If he wins this game, well, surely.
Yeah.
Back to juice now. Three firsties and 3 missed returns, I think. The last 3 points.
Yeah, it's not
what you want.
Good for Alexis, but not so good for Tutu.
The Archbishop.
Yeah, the Archbishop against Rocky. Rocky Balboa. Beautiful.
Well handled. Scramble from Kanter. Thought it might have done enough, but yeah, the lob not quite good enough.
I think he overran that drop shot.
Yeah.
He thought that it was better than it was.
Yeah.
I think he got this. Oh, I've got time now.
Yeah.
He didn't do enough with it. I think he had a chance there to win the point. It wasn't a good enough drop shot from Tutu, but got away with it.
One of those balls just completely skids and doesn't bounce as well as you think it's going to do. How was it out there on court 4? Because they do play a little bit different, I think.
Yeah, like I said, the first couple games, balls are flying.
Yeah.
So just actually putting the ball on the court is quite effective. Yeah, when it slows down, the ball kind of can stay pretty low through the court.
So having fought off 3 break points in total, Kanter's got himself another game point. Yeah, and a big couple of forehands seals the deal.
There we go, Rublev.
Wahi. Thoughts on the new Safin-Rublev partnership?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I've seen it on Instagram a few times how Safin's just strolling around the court and
so chill.
It's just got such an aura about
I
him.
know. He could just stand there and he's probably going to make a player better.
Yeah. Apparently, Rublev had sort of wanted him for a while, but he hadn't really been available and wasn't really getting into coaching. So
Yeah.
It seems like it was only a matter of time.
Yeah, I think that's a very good partnership.
I feel like he needed something. He was just in a bit of a lull. Rublev, just in his career in general. I don't know what you guys think.
It was getting very emotional on court, wasn't he? And
yeah.
He had some kind of mental issues they was dealing with and so on. So yeah, it's I think having someone like Safin who maybe can relax him a little bit, you know, make him a little bit less tense on court, because Safin was the ultimate kind of relaxed guy where he kind of walked and looked almost like a curious character where, you know, but a little bit more level-headed during playtime. But yeah, he was definitely a character. So it might help Rublev just, you know, see the game as a game of tennis, not you know.
Agreed. That'd be pretty cool if Rublev comes out in Monte Carlo with just completely different player.
Yeah.
Having a swing, enjoying tennis.
Yeah. I think he'll be enjoying it if he's winning.
Yeah. Like us all.
Yeah. wouldn't say that Monte Carlo particularly suits Rublev and his game, being a flatter hitter. I think, I don't know, what's your take on flat hitters on clay courts? Like, would you be adjusting your game style the way you hit, or would you just be trying to play through your game and, you know, courts to court?
I think somebody like a Rublev, some clay courts can be very, very slow, and some can still play pretty quick depending on the ball you play with. So, yeah, I think when I play on the clay, I just kind of try and play the same as I do on hard.
Okay.
Don't try and overcomplicate it. You obviously have to try and build the point sometimes a little bit more. Maybe accept you're going to play one or two more balls, but
I guess movement is a big thing, like learning to slide and move on, on the
I feel like
court.
that's the biggest thing, just feeling comfortable on the court.
Yeah.
No matter your game style, just feeling like you can move well is a game changer.
Big rally here. Slightly overpressed at the end. I think Tutu did really well there from that backhand side, because he was getting a lot of power in, like getting real hits into that side, and he stayed solid on it.
He did,
Didn't feel like he gave anything back, like anything away there. So I think he made Alexis a little bit frustrated and forced that error where he tried to force a little bit too much.
Definitely.
If you guys have just joined us, I hope you're enjoying this format. I hope you're enjoying the match. Some great tennis from world ranked players this week. We're going to be covering for 4 days, bringing you some insights. Going to have player interviews in the box, as well as post-match interviews. We might even get on court ourselves to do some coaching later on, so look out for it in the next few days. But if you have any questions, do leave them in the live chat. We are here to answer them, to share our knowledge, our expertise.
Final couple minutes of Ryan's insights before he heads off.
Amazing.
Busy rest of the day for you, Ryan?
Not really.
He's got a few tennis lessons lined up.
Yeah.
I've had to cancel those this week. Going to actually get a massage.
Making the most of the free massage.
Exactly.
therapy.
Get the body feeling good. Grab some lunch after this.
Does that extend to the commentators as well?
I'm sure if
Pose
you
the
ask
question.
nicely, they might.
Yeah. We'll pose the question. I reckon you have more chance of getting in as a tennis coach as opposed to a commentator.
True. I'll play that card.
Yeah, you're technically a tennis coach, aren't you?
Exactly. Online.
Exactly.
Final thoughts on this set before you head off, Ryan? I mean, it's been a bit up and down, this one, because it looked like Cantor was going to sort of run away with it. And
Yeah, 2-2. The last game has looked a little bit better. Bit more consistent, a bit tougher out in the backhand corner, so yeah, a little 15 love here as well.
Second serve as well. So he's going to have a hit on it.
This is a very big point.
Yeah. Get good height there. Little jumping backhand there.
Yeah.
Playing with a lot more confidence, I feel. Not quite getting the depth, is he, on those shots? Giving Cantor the chance to approach.
Oh, superb.
Yeah. But it's those few shots in a row where he just dropped the ball a little bit short. Didn't even beat the service line, giving Cantor the ability to step in and attack. And of course, the moment you're inside that baseline, you have a lot more angle open to you, so you can do a lot more with the ball. And you see Marshall just scrambling, running behind the baseline, hoping to keep the ball in play, but Alexis was too strong there. Big return there.
Ooh.
Good depth, good width.
This is a big point.
I mean, went for a wide first serve, which was quite slow there into the slot.
Yeah.
Where should Cantor be going here now, guys?
Into the backhand.
Yeah, if I was him, I'd just go kick backhand, open court.
Yeah, old faithful.
Little 1-2.
Serve and volley into the backhand.
Oh, you do that?
Yeah.
Nobody would expect that.
Yeah.
It's gone big.
He
Yeah,
went
it doesn't
big.
need to go big, I don't think.
Go big or go home.
I was just about to say it.
No
Great
risk, no
minds.
reward.
Oh.
Oof. 15-40.
Chances now for 2-2.
We're going to get another three-setter here. Really testing us.
Yeah.
You'd love that, wouldn't you?
Testing our mentality out here.
Yeah.
Needs a first serve here. Cantor and not into the slot of the forehand.
That's not the spot to go.
He heard us. He went into the backhand. In the rally. Again, Marshall's just dropping the ball a bit short there. Even that, if it was going to go over, that was going to go really short again.
Yep.
Just not getting the depth.
One break point saved.
Has he got to take a bit more of a risk here then, you feel?
What, Alexis or Marshall?
No, Marshall.
Yeah. He's just letting Alexis make the mistakes, isn't he?
Yeah. It's big. He's coming up
Big
with some
serve.
good serving in break points down, isn't he?
Both into the backhand side there.
You'd think he'd learn, hopefully, from that for these next few points.
Well, the thing is, you have to keep them honest as
Yeah.
well. So sometimes you
It's a
do have
balance.
to go into the forehand,
Mm.
but yeah, for now it's like stick to the winning formula, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a body serve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll
Mix
catch
it
him
up.
off guard.
Yep.
Little underarm serve, maybe.
Yeah, we haven't seen one of those yet. Sure, can you give us one?
Maybe.
Tomorrow?
I've got a couple matches coming
Thanks.
up. So
Perfect. You've had your one on court 4 now, so you've got that out
I
of the
know,
way.
yeah. If I do one, it's all you.
Thank you. Yeah. Look up to us and give us a nod.
Ooh, second serve wide.
I'll keep him guessing.
Big second serve that was.
It's one of those that if you go there and you win the point, you're like, yeah, that was great. And then if they end up hitting a winner, you're like, why did I do that? Never doing that again.
Yeah.
So true.
Slightly long.
Just a bit. Oh, he's gone to the...
Again to the forehand.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Some
Alexis
big second
Cantor.
serves, that.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks for coming up.
Good to hear your insights.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever actually done a bit of commentating, so
There you go.
I think you're pretty decent at it.
thank you.
Start
Tick that
us-
off the bucket list.
Start with something new, surely.
Maybe. You never know.
Player, coach, commentator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaker.
Just like you.
Yeah, good luck for the rest of the week.
Right.
We'll sure probably get you back on at some point.
Yeah, why not?
But yeah, the
Why
next
not?
time the viewers will see you, you'll be on court showing us how it's done.
I'll try my best.
Pleasure to have
Right.
you.
All right.
Cheers, guys.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Like it squashes the ear, like. Yeah, it was good. Good job.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I brought my bats with me, so I might even do a little hit, just to, just to feel the ball. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'd like that.
Get on there.
Yeah.
That court's empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, see you later. Thanks so much. See you guys in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Thanks for that. Same thing. Happy doing the same thing as the previous match, in between matches, post match, and then.
Yeah. How long do you usually do the interview for? Okay. I could even do it.
Last chance here for Marshall Tutu to stay in the match. .40-30 here. Cantor making Tutu hold, not giving it away cheap. Part of that mentality of no cheap points, staying in the match, even when you're winning, making the player feel like they've got a mountain to climb, getting to everything. And well held there, 5-3. Let's see if Cantor can hold here for the match. Guys, if you're joining us, make sure that you've clicked the like button if you want to share this live stream with anyone who likes watching tennis. Obviously giving you some live interviews, giving you some insights. We'll be doing some player interviews as well as they come into the box. And yeah, it's been a pleasure so far. Make sure that you get involved in the live chat. We are here answering your tennis questions, or even if you just want to say hi, make sure you leave a little comment in that live chat. Slightly different format from us to the usual lessons that we bring out. So covering an actual pro event. Really exciting. Oh, and a bad miss there from Cantor. Set up the point perfectly. Was in charge of that rally completely. Just took his eye off the ball a little bit. Didn't get underneath it. didn't quite know whether to hit a smash or a volley. Ended up hitting something in between and it went long. Big chance here for 2-2. If he wins this point, love 30 will be all to play for. Oh, it's a close call there. I think, yeah, I'd definitely be querying that. But has to put it behind him and get that second serve in and get into the rally. Into the backhand side now, long rally going on here. And gets a neck cord at just the right time. I mean, there's that saying, you make your own luck. I guess he's been playing aggressive tennis throughout this match, Kanter, so you can say he deserved it, but Marshall 2-2 will be very disappointed because that was a crucial point in order to come back into the match. Thanks, Thomas. Thanks for watching. Hello to you as well. Thomas just left a comment saying he is enjoying the format and the great insights. We'll be bringing more insights like this as the matches go on for the next 4 days, as these pro players are battling it out here in Cardiff, Wales. And of course we'll be here along the way. Big first serve into the forehand side, getting into the rally. Again, Kanter's peppering it into that backhand side of Marshall 2-2, who leans back a little bit on that backhand. Didn't look comfortable on it, didn't get his legs behind the ball, leant back and ended up hitting it into the net. Could use maybe his slice a little bit, being a one-handed backhand player. Could involve the slice, get into that rally, neutralize play a little bit, make Kanter hit up on it, and then attack the next one. Big first serve, right on the line. Wow. Very convincing win there from Kanter. Played a very solid match. Didn't really give away many cheap points. 2-2, I wouldn't say played a particularly bad match. It was a pretty even contest, but Kanter was just a little bit better at everything. Just a little bit more aggressive. Came in more than 2-2, and I guess caused a lot more problems for the opponent. Is definitely someone who's in great form at the moment, having won an event here not that long ago, and he's just added another win to his tally. So we'll be joining you guys on court as we bring some post-match interviews, hopefully with the winner. And I'll pass you to Alex now. We're just setting up the post-match interview, so hang with us, and we'll have another match to come for you in just a minute. And yeah, we'll have 2 more great players, more analysis, and 2 pro players in the box giving you some insights. So that's still to come. But now I leave you with Alex for a post-match analysis.
canter in with the win, and he's going to come and have a quick chat with us. We've got myself and Alex Lubinsky ready to get some analysis off him. But my first question would be, how was it out there? First match of the week.
Yeah, it was tough. It was different. When I was last here, we were playing with balls that were a lot more lively than this. So I was getting caught a bit with my footwork, kind of stopping short of the ball a bit. So just getting used to that. So it was tough.
And you're actually looking a lot more aggressive out there. You know, having seen you play before, now you're really stepping into the court, looking to dominate with your forehand. Is that something that you've added into your game?
Yeah, overall it's something I really wanted to do the last couple of years, is get more aggressive on the ball. And I needed to tell myself to do it there, because I've been in Greece the last 3 weeks, really high winds. It's really difficult to step in and be aggressive. So I was there was a lot of long rallies, kind of lots of footwork trying to get around to the right position in the wind. So I had to consciously think to myself, I'm now playing indoors, slower balls, stepping on it.
And actually, quite interestingly, you not only are you being more aggressive, but you're actually coming into the net and finishing off those points, whereas before maybe you'd be having those long rallies, long exchanges, but now you have that extra dimension where you're coming in and putting the ball at the net, putting away the ball at the net. Is that something you've worked on as well?
It is something I've worked on as well. It's something I knew I needed to do against Marshall, because in the corners he goes to the slice a few times. So I knew that when I got that aggressive ball into the corner, following it in would be good. And especially because of the balls being slow, I knew that if he chiseled it back and it stopped, it was going to be giving him time to get back in the point.
What's it like playing with a new racket? I know you've changed a couple of weeks. I saw you a few weeks ago and you said, I'm testing out the new Babolat's. How's that going?
Yeah, it's nice. I like them a lot.
Did you change for more power? What was the motivation behind the change?
Well, I was playing with the blade before, and I felt, I hit the ball quite naturally flat. I felt like this one gave me that a little bit more spin, and kind of more of a modern weight of shot to it. So I could defend better, I could be aggressive more effectively. It just gave me a little bit overall in every area, really.
Nice. Well, I guess with those slightly fluffier balls this week, being able to hit through it and really trouble your opponent, I think you've done that really well.
Thank you.
My next question would be looking forward. You've obviously had a great start now. What will you be looking to change, if anything, moving into the next one?
I want to get sharper with my footwork. There was a few moments there where it could have swung back his way in the second set. I gave him some chances. Not through him particularly playing great. I just kind of missed a few balls. And I felt like that was footwork. I just needed to get used to how the balls are reacting, what I need to do with my feet.
In terms of footwork, is that something that you're currently working on at home with a coach, or is it something you'd be doing here during tournaments? Like for people watching out there, do you have like a program that you follow during tournaments and a different one when you're at home?
Not in terms of fitness, no, but on the court, just being really aware of, am I contacting it exactly in the right place? And that the feet do take care of themselves if you're thinking of contact point there. But no, it's not particularly different. It's just I have more chance to practice it when I have training.
It's more of like a mental thing during a match that, I want to be a bit more aware, a bit more intense, a bit more explosive. And then I guess it gives you that result and makes you be a bit more calm with your arm. Actually, it's something that I have noticed you be a lot more smooth with your shots, because your footwork has improved so much that you're now able to generate power without looking like you're forcing it. And it's showed today in the result.
Great. It's great you see that, because it's something I've worked on at Unique Tennis Academy. They've worked a lot with me on getting much more intense with the feet, but also more relaxed with the upper body. Because when I first went to them, they were saying, you're too tense upper body, and you're also not moving your feet well enough. So those are things I've worked on a lot with them, so it's great you see it.
It's been great because we've had a lot of like action in the chat, sort of asking questions, and there's been great engagement, and it's been nice, having Alex, who's actually coached you in the past, to be, do a few sessions to give that extra insight. It's been really cool. So to have you both on, it's been awesome. But we'll let you go, recover, get ready for tomorrow. Me and Alex will be back for the next match. But let's just do a quick thank you to our sponsors, of course, behind us, Hotel Planner and Novellus. The title sponsors of this week are Novellus. So quick thank you to them. Thank you to our sponsors this week, and of course to Cardiff Met Tennis Centre for hosting us. But yeah, there we go. Second match of the day done and dusted. Our final thoughts on that one? A good performance from Cantor.
Definitely. I mean, he played a very solid game, and actually a slightly different match to the first match that we saw. You know, there was a lot more flair, shots kind of one player hitting the hell out of the ball, whereas here it was a lot more controlled. Alexis, I thought, played a great game. You know, he's put in a lot of work, getting more aggressive on court, coming forward. And I mean, I didn't think Marshall played a particularly bad match, but I think Alexis was just too strong there at the end.
Yeah. No, it looked really good, and from what we were sort of seeing from up there in the commentary box, so loose as you were saying, and he's clearly worked a lot on that. So yeah, great to see from Alexis Cantor, and he's looking good going forward for the rest of the week. Right then, next match, we can see the players have just gone on behind us. They've just walked onto court. It's Ewan Lumsden in the blue taking on Michael Shaw, head-to-head wise. Lumsden at 13.23 UTR, and Michael Shaw at 12.63. So Shaw just edging the UTR battle. I asked Barry, how much of an impact does that have, you know, going into the match? Your thoughts on that?
I mean, they'll know each other, so I don't think that it's going to be a match where they're going to, you know, something's going to be completely, like, they're going to be surprised by it. I know that Lumsden, well, we actually spoke to Shaw earlier, who mentioned that Lumsden likes to take the ball on early. He likes to take control of the rally, so I think it'll be up to Shaw to stop that from happening. It'll be interesting how he is going to do that. You know, he's going to have to serve well. I think he's going to have to try and do something to, you know, to stop being dominated out there on court. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how it pans out.
And obviously, these guys are still pretty fresh off university. Actually, Michael Shaw is still finishing his PhD at Loughborough University. We mentioned about Charlie Swain, who played first off this morning. He's still studying his A-levels. I mean, it's pretty impressive how they're managing to, you know, do it all.
Yeah, and I think as a player, obviously you have your other commitments, and you know, when you're especially playing at this, you know, it's a slightly maybe lower level of professional tennis, you know, you have to still either make a living. With some players are doing some coaching on the side, or they're still studying, and you know, it's so important because it's so difficult on tour. It's you have a lot of expenses, and I think this is where it's great that this week we've got, you know, hotel planner coming in, helping the players with hospitality. I think it's such a crucial part because, you know, so much of the expense for a pro player out there goes on that hospitality, on you know, travel, the staying in hotels, and yeah, anything that, you know, help players to reduce those costs. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, we're very grateful for all the help this week, and yeah, well, the players have just started to warm up. Michael Shaw behind us, yeah, he's looking raring to go. So we better get out of the way.
I want to be out here, like me being on court. I feel like can I get a racket and just start playing? But
yeah, well, you've got your racket, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, so I might get on court tomorrow. Who knows?
You'll see Alex on court very soon, that's for sure.
We'll be in the commentary box instead, though.
For now, we'll head back up to the commentary box. But yesterday we had a quick chat with Michael Shaw about how he's feeling heading into this match.
I'm Michael Shaw, I'm 26 from Milton Keynes, and I train at Loughborough University. Yep, I started playing through my family. My parents met through tennis, and my older sister played as well, from Buckinghamshire, and always played county tennis growing up. We had a really good group of players, and then slowly transitioned to sort of national, international, junior events, and then into playing some of the pro events once I was old enough. And then yeah, I've always competed a lot, really enjoyed that side, and then went to Loughborough, and I've been there for many a year now and really enjoyed my time there, and I'm now doing a part-time PhD alongside playing for the university as well as playing other tournaments on the side. 2025 has included quite a bit of university tennis to start with. We had a good run in the cup. We lost to Nottingham, the eventual winners in the semi-finals, and I was runner-up in the British University singles tournament, and I have been prioritising my PhD slightly more at the start of this year, but I'm looking forward to competing here and next week, and then there's a long run of British futures coming up, which I'll be playing. I also played in Roehampton, played with George Houghton in the doubles, and we lost a close one, but no, I've been enjoying my tennis and hope to continue that through the summer. My biggest achievement as a player, I think, was playing a university tournament in China for Loughborough, and we competed against universities across the world, from Melbourne, China, other places as well. No one from the States, luckily. They might have been a bit too strong, but we won that, and we managed to win a trip to the Australian Open to go and watch tennis there, so that was amazing. Lumsden, although we've been at the same place a lot, we haven't actually played against each other that many times. I remember the last time didn't go my way on a outdoor slow court in Aldershot. It's a little quicker in here. Indoors make a difference, so I'm looking forward to getting stuck into Lumsden.
Well, welcome back to Show Court at Cardiff Met Tennis Centre. It's a new match and it's a new battle incoming. We've got Michael Shaw on the near side of your screen taking on Ewan Lumsden. So then Ewan Lumsden on your screen. The man from Stirling, of course, trains at Stirling University, which is a home to many top British tennis players, of course, many top Scottish players as well. 25 years of age is Ewan Lumsden, current ATP rank 659. That is some ranking. He's one of the highest ranked players here this week, just behind Finn Bass, who will be coming on commentary very, very soon indeed. So we'll be able to hear from Finn Bass, the #1 seed here this week. Send in your questions if you have any burning ones. Ewan Lumsden is just fresh off the back of a doubles title on the weekend, so he's feeling good, raring to go for his first match of the week, and he'll be taking on Michael Shaw. Shaw of Milton Keynes, plays for Buckinghamshire. Still at university. He's been at university for a few years now. He's studying for his PhD at Loughborough University. As you can see there in that graphic, he's got his Loughborough top on. He's a big fan of the university and has been very loyal to them over the past few years whilst he's represented them. Shaw just also fresh off a good result at the Bucks Individual Championships. That's the national champs for British university tennis. That was held at the Loughborough Tennis Centre, where of course he trains and lives, where he's completing his PhD. He just lost in the final in a very, very tight match against Nottingham's Phoenix Weir. So just an example of how impressive British university tennis is. But Alex Slabinski is heading back. He's got his phone. You coming back on comms?
I'll come a little bit.
Ah, okay. Sounds good.
Don't want you getting lonely.
It's lonely up here. I was just mentioning, Alex, that we're going to get Finn Bass on commentary, and he'll be alongside David Quayle. So looking forward to having them to share some of their banter with us.
Sounds good. I see Theo has commented saying he's loving the stream.
Ah, great news. Love a bit of positive feedback.
We're all about positivity here.
Yeah, yeah. On court, off court. Any more questions come in over the break? Obviously, we had some post-match analysis there, which is good to hear your insights, and obviously get Cantor's insights too post-match.
Yeah, guys, let us know if you have any questions. It could be mental, technical, physical, any kind of questions that you have. You can drop us a line, or also just to say hello. Even just to say hi, that you're part of the stream. It makes us feel like we're not just talking to ourselves.
Yeah.
While the players warm up. What's the first point? Here we go.
First point. No hanging about.
No hanging about. Big first point.
All right, then what are you expecting from this match?
Well,
obviously, Michael Shaw's a big, tall guy.
Yeah. big tall guy. He's going to want to take the ball on. I guess he's not going to want to have too many long rallies where he's getting pushed out wide, side to side. The taller, bigger players are usually not as fast at moving, but they're more powerful. They've got more reach. I expect him to get in a little bit as well into the net. But Lumsden, I see, taking the ball on quite early. Likes to be in control of the rallies. Big forehand there. And Shaw coming forward to knock off that volley.
Awesome exchange to start things off. And yeah, wow. Impressive start from both.
Exactly what we predicted.
Yeah.
Can he keep it up the whole match? That will be the deciding factor.
I was just saying as they're warming up that Michael Shaw's pretty fresh off a good showing at the National University Championships. He lost in the final against a guy called Phoenix Weir from Nottingham. But it just shows like the level of British university tennis is really improving. And it's great level now.
We have a message from R. Rosania saying, great fun. Thanks, guys. Glad you're enjoying it. That's what we like to hear. So if any of you are also watching, do leave us a message. Let me know what let us know what you guys are thinking. Are you looking forward to the match? And who is your favorite player to watch on TV or like out of the pros at the moment? Who is your favorite player? We want to hear your thoughts. We've already been trying to match up players here to some pros. Who would you say Michael Shaw is like? I've got one.
You've got one already?
Yeah.
God, you don't give me much time for this.
No, I've got one.
Go on.
Marin Cilic.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got two spot on, actually. I'll
good.
give you that, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to when we get a player we just can't decide who they're like because they've just got their own style. I like people with their own, sort of deal going.
Yeah.
They don't copy anyone. It's just them just leading the way. But it's rare because people have to copy themselves off someone. There's always an idol or someone.
Did you have
like
an
that.
idol growing up?
Andy Murray. Easy question for me.
I had Tim Henman.
Okay.
Used to love Tim.
Yeah.
I modelled my serve on his.
Okay. Yeah, good serve, didn't he?
I loved Sampras as well, but I felt like he was a bit he was different to how I played. I quite liked Henman because he was similar.
Yeah.
To like game style wise. Although he came in a bit more. I wish I did more coming forward.
Okay.
I did try and develop that in my game. As players, you're always adapting, always trying to get some extra percentages.
Yeah,
of
the
potential
1%.
wins, the 1%. Every little counts.
So game points for Michael Shaw.
Great return there, took it nice and early, and of course the closer in you are, the easier it is to get that angle, but it's tougher to control, so it definitely takes practice. Done that very well there, Lumsden. Bit of an unlikely volley mistake there from Shaw. Didn't look that comfortable at the net. We saw Finn Bass coming forward quite a lot. We saw Alexis Cantor coming forward quite a lot in the previous matches. Both had quite good volleys there, but that one didn't seem as comfortable.
Just floated a little bit.
Maybe it's just that nerves at the beginning.
Yeah, break points then for Lumsden. It would be the perfect start if he was to clinch one of these.
It's definitely a a game style that would suit Shaw's physique and game style. So like coming forward is a big part of his game, where it should be. Lumsden looks like he's playing with the Aero, the 2 versions before, the yellow Aero. I've still got those rackets. I played with that.
Okay.
Decent.
Quite a few versions. That is often updates to that racket.
Yeah.
Feels like
That one is yeah, it generates a lot of power, that racket. Just tensed up a little bit on that last backhand.
I feel like there's going to be some pretty punishing rallies in this match. Both seem to be very comfortable at the baseline, just going rally after rally.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, guys, welcome to the live stream. So we've got Michael Shaw, Ewan Lumsden, both pro players competing on tour. And today, of course, well, this week, competing for a prize fund of $10,000. So we've got Ewan Lumsden, he's 602 ATP, so 600. And we'll look at Michael Shaw. Michael Shaw is 2,136 in the world, so 2,000 in the world. So a guy 2,000 in the world compared to a guy 600 in the world. Not much in it. Very similar looking players, I guess, but let's see, looks can be deceiving.
Oh,
it's a big pass there.
What a beauty.
And I felt like Shaw asked a question there. It wasn't an easy shot to hit. He sliced it well, hit the right approach down the line. I mean, difficult passing shot there.
Yeah, again, made it look easy, but that wasn't easy, as you say. Down low, sliced away from him. Beautiful backhand. Yeah, not much to separate the two early on. One thing I will say is that Ewan Lumsden is coming off the back of a very, very good 2024. Playing some good level ITFs over in Monastir. Whereas Michael Shaw has predominantly been staying in this country with his tennis, obviously, with studying the PhD and everything. Yeah, nicely done coming into the net. But yeah, Lumsden won his first ITF title in September of last year.
Okay.
M15 in Monastir. Had 3 weeks out there, made one semi-final, week after was champion, and then played the M15 in Dublin and made the semi there. So he had a good few weeks, and that's what really got his ranking up to where it is now. That Dublin event was on Astro, I believe. So
I think I've played it actually.
Yeah, have you? Quick court.
Fitzwilliam Tennis
Yeah,
Centre.
possibly. So clearly doesn't mind a fast court.
Fast courts when the weather's good, but
Yeah.
then if it rains, the
Yeah.
balls become very heavy, becomes slow conditions, so you never know in Ireland.
Yeah.
I was there for 3 weeks once. It rained 19 days out of 21.
Oh, nicely played. Great lob from Michael Short. Manages to hold off a few breakpoint opportunities and gets his first hold of the match. But yeah, we're safe from that sort of weather in this lovely indoor tennis centre.
Sometimes playing indoors, you get so used to having everything kind of your vision, the feel. Everything feels so compact, everything feels like it's controlled, whereas you go outside, then you've got the wind, you've got the sun, the balls are flying. When you throw the ball up, you've got the whole sky to look at. It becomes difficult to judge. Even hitting a smash is so much more difficult.
Yeah.
So it's a completely different ball game, and players who are maybe not playing outdoors as often as others, it's definitely a big shock to the system when you get out there, and you have to learn a different way of playing almost. Of course, for good players it doesn't matter, but yeah, it takes some adjusting.
Sure does. Oh, beautiful passing shot. Backhand's looking so good. From both players, actually.
Yeah. And what I liked about that pass, even if Lumsden made that volley, because it was cross-court and it was going low, you know, he'd be favoured to hit the next shot for a winner anyway. So it kind of sets you up by going cross and low. You give yourself the chance that even if they make it, it's going to be a very difficult volley, and then you can pass them on the next one.
Yeah.
We've got a question here from Thomas. How important is breathing throughout the match? Have you used breathing exercises to reduce nervousness at the start of a match, for example?
Good question.
Very important. I mean, there's actually a big video of Djokovic discussing how breathing is very important, and it's all about keeping you relaxed and centered. Me personally, I preferred before even matches, I'd always take about half an hour away where I just go for a walk and do some deep breathing and breathing out, and try and focus on playing well and things going well, and to try and relax the body a little bit, because when you play matches as competitors, we naturally will start tensing up, and your jaw starts tensing up, your body starts tensing up, and you start to try to force shots. You're no longer free to give power to the ball. So the more you can relax your body, the more you can let go and relax the jaw, the better it is. So it's such an important thing to do, is breathing out, breathing well, deep breaths between points, but also breathing out during contact, you know, breathing out into effort, to make sure that you're letting go of that tension in your body. Very important.
Oh, flattened that. That was so flat. I mean, it went so low over the net.
I want that return. Give me that one.
Yeah. Took a few risks in that game, but that paid off for Michael Shorey. Upper break.
He hit that ball landed right in the corner there. If you've ever watched like penalties in football, is when they go straight into the corner and the keeper has no chance to save it. That's what that shot looked like. Or soccer for those American fans.
Have you got many American sort of followers?
Yeah. I think a big percentage of our following is from America. So if you guys are tuning in from America, you know, good to have you. Tennis is a universal sport. Luckily, you guys, you know, although pickleball seems to be taking off in America at the moment. I'd love to hear some thoughts from you guys if you are playing more tennis than pickleball. Welcome to the team. Let us know where you're joining us from. So if you are watching at the moment, any one of the viewers, drop us a line and tell us where you are watching us from, just to make us feel like we're international.
Yeah, we had Ryan's story on earlier, if you weren't listening, in the previous match, giving some insight into his life in America growing up. And he actually, I was reading, was coached by Greg Rosetsky's former coach. Now I can't remember that name, but I will find it in a second. But yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. He's had some really good
Louis Caillet?
help. I don't think it was Louis. Coached by Brian Teacher, 1980 Australian Open champion.
Wow.
So yeah, pretty cool. Heard of him? Was he? A bit before your playing time.
Yeah, I want to say I have, but I haven't. I should.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go and research it now.
Yeah. But yeah, Ryan had some great insights, and he was good to get on commentary. And yeah, stay tuned, because very, very soon we'll have Finn Bass and David Quayle join us. So again, if you have any questions, send them on in to the chat for Alex to ask the two players.
And of course, we're here still giving our knowledge and our answers throughout the day. So leave those questions in the live chat box. Make sure you go and check that out.
Michael Shaw off to the perfect start. Up 3-love. And yeah, he's looking good.
So maybe there is a big difference in level.
Maybe we were wrong. I mean, the first game was so tight.
Yeah,
the rallies were extending.
Mind you, he was on serve, but now, yeah, it's all to play for. It's going to be a tough one for him, I think.
Yeah, the final match of the day here on Show Court.
At the Cardiff Met Centre.
The beautiful Cardiff Met Tennis Centre, exactly. No umpire, as you can see, but they're just sorting out their scoring. So Andy Fife, the tournament referee, is just on court sorting out any issues.
Andy Fife once nearly disqualified me from a tournament.
Really?
At the age of 10. I know him from the age of 10, so that's 28 years ago.
Yeah, that's a long time. Yeah, he doesn't take any prisoners.
No, he was still doing the same thing. He was walking on court.
Yeah.
He walked on red-faced. It's because I hit a ball and well, I was passing the ball, but I may have passed the ball a little bit fast.
Yeah, a little bit harder.
And it hit the other player as he was picking up the ball, and
Okay.
yeah, he nearly disqualified me. And I was so scared after that I couldn't play, and I ended up losing. So
thanks to Andy.
Thanks to Andy. It was at Nationals, actually.
Okay. Ah, so pretty high stakes.
Yeah,
Yeah, beautifully found pass. He looks, as I said earlier on, just so strong on that backhand side, and he's picked his spot and found it perfectly.
Needs to find a way to get through him, sure. It's at the moment, Lumsden seems to have all the answers. Looks comfortable. Greetings from Switzerland, Thomas. Good to have you. Home country of Mr. Federer.
Oh, he's found it again, has he?
So solid on those wide balls.
Wow.
Like, very tough to push him out of his comfort zone, isn't he? He gets to every ball and plays a solid, good quality shot. And for a player facing that, and sure, it's not difficult to handle. It's not easy to handle, so it will be interesting to see what he does in order to break this rhythm up. Not the best drop shot I've ever seen.
No, I had a little bit too much height on it. Potentially not quite the right time to play that sort of shot. All right, then. Ewan Lumsden clinches that game and takes us into the changeover. Shaw still leads by 3-2, but that gives us a nice little opportunity to introduce Finn Bass onto commentary. Finn, how you getting on, mate?
Yeah, good. Happy to be here. Yeah, first experience of commentating on tennis.
Oh, really? There we go.
So looking forward to this.
On tennis? So you've done
No.
something else?
No, just in general. So yeah, pretty cool to be up here and see what I have to say.
Yeah, no, it's been quality to actually get some insight. I think Alex Slabinski has been getting a few more people get engaged on the chat when players have been coming up, so it's been really good to get some insight. But how was your first match? Obviously, you were first on show court, had a tough 3-setter against a young opponent, but yeah, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I thought it was a really good match. I thought level from both of us was really high, and like I said in my interview earlier, I thought it was good to get some, I guess, miles in the engine. 3 sets, good workout, and yeah, I was really happy that I got through and got the win.
Yeah, because I feel like that's often asked is, do you mind having a long 3-setter at the start? Because, you know, on one end of the stick, it's you get practice and you get a rhythm, but on the other side, it's like it's a test of your fitness. So
Yeah,
how do you see it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think the match was 2.5 hours, which for indoors is pretty long, but at the end of the day, it's indoor tennis, so it's not quite as physical as playing outdoors. Points are shorter, so I felt physically absolutely fine, and yeah, but it was good to get that on-court time and in preparation for the rest of the week.
Yeah, so then be interesting to get a bit of your sort of knowledge on these two players playing, because from where I'm standing, I don't know them personally that well, and I don't know how well you know Lumsden and Shaw. But starting with Shaw, he started off really well, actually. Lumsden has broken back, but he went off to a 3-love lead, did Shaw. Was serving well, hitting his backhand, like hitting spots on his serve. What would you go into a match thinking against him?
Yeah, yeah, Mickey's an experienced player. I don't think he's played too much tennis recently. Obviously, very focused on his studies. A very, very bright boy.
Yeah.
Top lad as well. But obviously, with his height, he's got you know, a great serve. Hits his spots on his slider. Serves very, very well. And just solid off both wings. Obviously, got a good reach, good wingspan, so can, you know, puts the ball in a lot. But yeah, no, like you said, good start here. Thought you know, he's just finding his rhythm. It's not always easy getting used to the conditions. So you know, obviously now we're back on serve. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this set goes.
Put away nicely from Lumsden.
Good point there.
He seems like he just moves so well.
Yeah, Ewan reads the game really well. He's a good athlete. Yeah, moves really well. Certainly doesn't make it easy for any of his opponents. Good competitor. So yeah, he'll always make it hard for whoever he's playing.
So then that levels things up at 3-all. It was a brilliant start for Michael Shaw, but Ewan Lumsden has found a way back into this first set. And then what better than having David Quayle and Finn Bass on comms now? So
trouble on the mics now.
Yeah, we've got some extra insight up here. So yeah, boys, you're Dingles partners as well this week?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it a lot. I don't know about you, Finn, but yeah.
Mate, I'm so pumped.
It's going to be a lot of fun. First time playing together Dingles. I mean, for a lot of people in the tournament, it's the first time actually playing Dingles, but
yeah,
for us, it's the first partnership. But I'm looking forward to it a lot. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Live streamed as well, first Dingles event.
Yeah,
it's going big.
Yeah, it's probably. I mean,
Oh,
the only
great
other.
shot.
Well, that's a good shot from Lumsden. I think the only other Dingles event I've ever seen is at the UTS. So
yeah, right. Yeah,
we're going in the right direction, I think.
No, it'd be good to get some extra knowledge from you guys over the rest of this set. But yeah, let's get a bit of background info on you boys, but then also try and give some insight into the tennis that's happening right now.
I mean, I've not been watching the match like too closely, but this is high level from the boys. I mean, I don't know what you guys have seen.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, Shaw was just, I was saying to Finn, like hitting spots on his serve, was serving well, and then Lumsden was just trying to come in quite a bit, but yeah, Mickey was like, passing really well.
Okay, yeah.
But somehow, yeah, Ewan's managed to counteract that a little bit more by coming in just a little bit on better approaches. To me, that seems like what's changed. I don't know what Finn's seen so far this match.
What are your thoughts, Finn?
Yeah, I missed the start, but obviously scoreline-wise, Mickey had a fast start, and thought Ewan was just finding his rhythm to start with. Bit up and down, good point and a bad point, but it's always tough starting matches, and looks like he's found the right balance with his aggression right now, and making less unforced errors, and well, we got 3 break points here, so he's sort of turned the table here. Momentum is definitely in Lumsden's favour right now.
Yeah, big time from that backhand cross. Textbook, isn't it, from Lumsden?
Yep, backhand is his best shot, that is for sure.
That's money.
Just long there.
There we go, big second serve now for Mickey needed.
Kick into the backhand, are we going?
Don't know. I don't know if you want to get that backhand serve in. I think you want to go body, really. Okay. Which is what he's found.
Nice. Oh, it's dropped in.
Oh, good break for Lumsden.
Tough leave, that.
I reckon he could have had a play.
Is it
on
out
that
of
volley
reach,
as
or
well.
did he have a play?
I think
No,
he had a play on that. Yeah. It's a shame we've not got a replay.
I know. Sorry about that.
That's
The next one we'll get. Didn't have enough laptops.
It's a tough one to judge because the ball was travelling pretty high there, but at least this morning it was actually pretty cold in here, and then with these balls they're not travelling too fast, so no surprise that one just dipped in and quite comfortably in. So yeah, just a tough read there, but play was right, just wasn't able to execute there.
Yeah, Lumsden was pretty good with his passing for when I played him in the past.
Yeah.
Every time you come in, I feel like you're always knowing you're going to have to play a volley, or he might pass you. So
we were speaking a bit about sort of that passing shot where you just go to feet first and then you make and then play the volley.
The 2-ball pass. Yeah.
Seems to be like quite a good play that Lumsden does quite well.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good competitor. I mean, with Lumsden that every time, he's can make a ball, he's going to make it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing with those passes. He's definitely going to make you play a volley, and so you either got to finish it or put a good volley, volley away, for the next one. So if he does get another hit on it, you can put that one away. But yeah, he needs to back it up now with a good hold. It's going to be tricky there.
What do you feel like when you have gone down in a set like Lumsden did, love 3, struggling, and now you're up, now you've got the break? You just carry on what you've been doing the last few games. It's easy to overthink, or?
Yeah, just kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it right now. I mean, good return. Oof. Oh, great point, though, from both boys.
I will add, this is a very important game for Lumsden. Obviously, 4 games on the trot, momentum right with him here. So the last thing you want to do is let Michael back in So to get that first point under his belt there is very important to continue this momentum. Good serve.
Oh, it's at the roof.
The roof. Textbook play from Lumsden there.
He looks, we were saying again, he just looks so comfortable on the backhand side, especially coming in off that, looks so secure off it, no matter really the height. Like he's able to jump on it a little bit.
Yeah, he loves that jumping backhand as well. I mean, I played him on court 1 here in the UTR about a month ago now, and that was one of the things I felt was anything on his backhand, even if it was high, he would jump into it and create a lot of pace, and it's tricky to get like a bad hit from his backhand because he just moves so well, and then yeah, you kind of put it a little bit out of his strike zone, and he does well with it.
Yeah, closes it off nicely. Really well watched, and put away the volley extremely well.
This is the start to the game that you'd hope for if you're Ewan.
Yeah, like you were saying, Finn, that momentum.
Yeah, very important game this.
Just see if we can put the nail in the coffin now. One of these points here.
Yeah, well done. Well watched. Great smash. Not easy, that one.
We've seen that quite a lot today as well, like high lobs, difficult, having to trek back.
Yeah,
but
doing well.
Everyone's been hitting it pretty well.
I mean, we've got a joke in Lancashire for our Lancashire chat is because Marshall Tutu's the unlobbable man, and he played before. And I still think I've never seen him be lobbed. So Lumsden is also quite close in that category from what I've just seen. He got back really well there for that one.
For a small guy as well. He's got a good smash.
Small in physique, but he's got a big heart.
Mix up, does it?
Very important game here for Michael. Needs to hold and put the pressure on Ewan to serve it out here.
Tight call there on that baseline.
He won't be pleased with that, will he?
Nah, that's unfortunate.
Looked just long from my perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, tight call. It's tough for the umpire to see that one though.
If there was space, there was barely any. Tough one to call. Needs this point here.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this is where Michael needs a huge serve or a good play here.
Great serve.
He nearly thread the needle there.
Nearly caught the line. When you're playing Michael, I always think surprised when I watch Michael in terms of how much he comes to the net. I think that he should come to the net more potentially, but I don't know how much he likes his volleys. For a big guy, do you think he should come to the net more?
I mean, I've played Michael a few times. I don't know about you, Finn, but I find that when I've played him, yeah, he's not really come to the net like an incredible. I found more his drop shots when I played him that were really effective.
Yeah, he does use the drop shot extremely well.
That's a great volley.
Cutaway volley.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Tasty.
As we've been speaking about, if he should come to the net more, he's just proved us that he should.
Mm.
I mean, he's a big guy, so he's tall and got a long wingspan. So I mean, for me personally, I think that's something he should use and come to the net and try and make people thread the passes. 'Cause there's not a lot of space on the wings. You've either got to go basically just inside the line or lob him, but he moves well too, so he can get those lobs as well. Makes good play for him.
That was a bit of a tricky shot, that drop shot. Seemed as if it was never really going to go over too early in the rally to play it. Probably not the right positioning. Big point coming up next, 30 all now.
Yeah, this is huge now.
Yeah, this is probably set deciding, you'd say.
Mm.
Went on to that return really well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Off a first serve.
Yes. Unfortunate error from Michael, but I mean, it's tough when you hit a serve like that and it comes back with that much pace.
Yeah, it came back with pace, yeah, for sure. Set points then for Ewan Lumsden, having been 3-love down in this first set. He hasn't dropped a game since.
Another great return there.
Oh, well dealt with.
Well played,
So
Michael.
good. Not easy in the lights as well. He sometimes can cause people off, catch people off guard.
It's hard to bury those smashes when you set point down. He's done well there.
Yeah. As well, how much do you think about at this point? You know, if he holds here, great. But if he gets broken, then Lumsden's also serving first in the start of the second. So crucial to get this game.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
wow!
Has he made it?
I think he has. Yeah.
How about that?
It is, wow.
Little sliding finish as well.
Speedy Gonzalez.
I mean, it was a pretty good drop shot from Michael there, but just don't think he closed the net or the line hard enough there.
Yeah, surely tactically you're closing that line ball, following it from behind.
But good speed from you in there.
There we go then. First set. Boys, as soon as you came on, Lumsden just like blew away.
Yeah, he could feel it. That's what he was waiting for. He was waiting for the boys to come and do commentary and then...
Yeah.
But
put on a show for it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I missed the start of the match, but from what I've seen there, it's just Lumsden's found his rhythm, giving away very few cheap points, and obviously playing aggressive when he can. And I think Michael's trying to do the right things, but it's just too up and down right now, too many unforced errors, and he's just making life a little hard for himself right now. But, you know, he can take confidence into the second set, knowing that he got that good start in the first set.
Yeah, I think the thing is with Ewan is you know what he's going to bring. You know, he's going to be rock solid. He's going to fight for every ball, and I think Michael almost looks like he's snatched it a little bit.
All right then, questions coming in from the live chat. A few comments. Let's hear it. As you can see on screen, we want you to get your questions in, especially when we've got the players up here giving up some of their time to share insights, etc. So get those questions in. Matthew Story. Wish we could see some more serve and volley. Dave, we'll start with you. Any thoughts?
I'd like to know who Matthew Story thinks should serve volley. Does he mean Lumsden or does he mean Michael Shaw? But Matthew's in the building actually right now, so
Thinks he's a bit of a joker.
Who would you prefer to see more serve and volleys from, Matthew? Michael Shaw. Yeah. Okay. I agree. I mean, I think with Michael's frame and his build, I definitely think that he could serve volley way more. But the tough part is Lumsden's such a good returner.
Yeah.
So that's the battle you face. If you don't hit a serve into the right spot with the right pace, it's going to come back fast.
And
so you've not got a lot of time to close the net.
And building on that, I think, Michael's slide serves are his best two serves. So out wide on the deuce is a great serve of his, and Lumsden typically goes with the chip return off the forehand side. We know how good his backhand return is, but if you know that chip's coming more often than not, I think serve volley would be a great play. The only thing is, I mean, talking personally from my matches, the balls are very, very slow in here. So it's tough to get a lot of pace, or even find that you have the time to get in. But certainly something I would like to see more of.
What do you think about the idea of Ewan coming to the net a bit more with the serve volley? Do you think that's a play that you think we could see?
I don't think so. I think as a change up, absolutely. I wouldn't say it's necessarily his DNA. He's so good from the back, but when he does have the ball to take on early, he does come into the net. I don't think he has to change anything really. So far, pretty good. 6 games on the bounce, so looks
One thing I have noticed from you, and the last few times I've watched him or played against him, is his serve has got a lot better. He's really starting to get some pop on that serve now, especially the flat tee on the due side.
Is that something that he's developed over time? Because he's obviously not a tall guy, so I imagine in coming up through juniors, he probably didn't have that in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed it in the last year of knowing him, how he's just got more pace on it.
Yeah,
I think he almost just looks like he's just letting go and going after it a little bit more. Whereas like growing up with Michael, he's always had a big serve, so but it's just something I noticed there. And that second point of the service game is Ewan's serve looked like it just came through really quick.
Yeah, Lumsden yet to lose a game since going down 3-love in that first set. So whatever he changed in his mind and in his tactics, it's working for sure. Yeah, reminder. So the voices currently you're hearing of David Quayle and Finn Bass. Send in your questions if you have any.
Yeah.
Quick one for the viewers. What's a bit of quick profile? Where you're from, ranking, etc.
So I'm David Quayle. 24 from Wigan. I don't know if you could tell from the little northern accent, but yeah, training out of London at the moment. So yeah, been playing on the pro circuit now for the last few years. Basically trying to get the ATP ranking as low as you can, but as everyone knows, the Futures Tour is very difficult. So yeah, basically just playing as many Futures and UTRs as I can. The UTRs basically using the cash flow from that to then go onto the Futures circuit, and yeah, just try and get that ATP ranking as low as we can. I think Finn's about 900 ATP right now, so it's he's main draw of the Futures. I'm trying to qualify and yeah, but the thing that I think people don't really realise at Futures level is how hard it is and how good the level is of all the Futures event. I mean, Finn and I were talking before, and how the level is actually very, very good. I mean, probably pretty much every week we're seeing guys that have played Grand Slams and if not won matches at Grand Slams in Futures. So it's an interesting area of professional tennis because you have a lot of talent, of people coming up, and you've also got a few big names, like Kyle Edmonds, Liam Brody's at the moment both playing Futures this week, where these are guys that are winning matches at Grand Slams, and they're having to play these matches to get their rankings, as high as they can before the challenges. So
yeah, spot on there. I was playing a 30k in Portugal the other week, and there were 4 ex-top 100 players in the main draw.
Who were they? How recent?
Brody, obviously pretty recent. Yeah. I played one in Kimmer Koppergijn's.
Yeah. Belgian.
10 years ago he was in top 100, but he made last round of Aussie Open Qs this year. Semi-final in a challenger last week or 2 weeks ago. So a player that's playing really well and had a serious injury and had surgery last year, and then went on a 4-title winning streak on the Future circuit, and that's something incredibly difficult to do. And then the other two were Gustavo Elias from Portugal, career high of 60, and then the other one was Alex Molchan, top 40 in 2023, ATP 250 finalist or winner, I can't remember.
Wow. And he's playing the 30k that you were in last week.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago.
And that's just where tennis is.
Wow.
What a shot.
Sorry to interrupt you, Finn.
Sorry about that, Finn, but that was a rocket.
But yeah, that's where tennis is at the moment on the Future circuit. You have guys that drop down with their ranking, and they're not even able to win these Futures events. It's incredibly hard to do.
Week in, week out as well, I guess.
I mean, I think the thing that's crazy is, it was only really the start of last year that we had Jacob Fernley playing in the Loughborough Futures.
Yeah.
I don't remember that, and the rise that he's had in this last year has been incredible. But and this is, I remember Loughborough, it was Kyle Edmund that won it. So Jake now, who's around 70 in the world.
Yeah.
Has gone on a run that shot him into the top 100, but he didn't win that event, even though he's top 100 now. It's just the level is so high, but I think it's very goes under the radar quite a lot, the Futures tournaments. And I think this is where this event's really good, is to kind of get a little bit exposure and show the level of everyone here that we can all play very, very good tennis.
at the end of the day, it's not really about forehands and backhands. Everyone plays tennis well. So much of it is down to confidence, and you never know when that good week is coming. You can be on a really bad streak of tournaments and make a run to a semis, final, whatever, and off of that, off you go. All it takes is one good week, whatever level you are, futures, challenger, main tour. Tennis is such a confident sport, and when you are confident, you stop thinking on the court. You don't, second guess yourself with shots, and when you can find that, then there's not much stopping you. And going back to Jacob, obviously I know him extremely well from juniors, and then him playing for TCU, Baylor's biggest rival school. Played him multiple times in college. Yes, he's improved massively, but he's just found an incredible rhythm and confidence, and has just rolled with it.
Yeah.
Same with Jack Draper, we're seeing now. Always had the ability and the talent and worked hard. But confidence is one of the most important things, if not the most important thing in sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree.
It's probably what we're seeing now, to be honest. Lumsden had a good 2024.
Yeah, starting to run away a little bit with the match. Got 2 more break points here.
Yeah, this certainly isn't the start that Michael was planning to have. But hopefully, from his perspective, he can grind out a hold here and keep the scoreboard tight.
Thank you to Jess in the comments. Thanks for the support. Glad you're loving the commentary.
All for positive feedback
yeah,
here.
We love it.
If anyone doesn't know, I'm presuming that's Quayle's girlfriend.
It is, yeah. Thank you, Jess. Appreciate it.
All right, another break point for Lumsden.
First serve here, much needed. Just push that one long. Great second. He's gone for the lob, he's got him.
Oh, he's nailed it. You love to see it.
Great lob.
Ian Lumsden is just pinpoint accurate on that lob, right?
Looked like he was about to fall over in the back fence. So he was going backwards, but if he found
the
dip
full
on
on
it,
Rafa.
What a shot.
And it's not easy to lob Michael Shaw.
Not at all.
Yeah, just
tall boy.
Michael just puts his head down and says, yeah, too good.
That's another great break from Ewan. It's going to be interesting to see where Michael goes now in this match as to...
In terms of tactics.
Yeah. Does he carry on doing what he's doing and hope he, it finds a way, or does he change something up now and try to, rush Ewan or something like that, try and close in the net? I don't know. Don't know where he goes now.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It hasn't been obvious to me what his tactic really is. I don't know if you would feel differently, you guys.
Yeah, it's interesting actually you say that, because he's going into that backhand a lot, which I'm surprised at, because I would say one of Michael's strengths is his forehand, so surely you'd want to try and get into that forehand exchange, and look to come in, but yeah, it's interesting.
Great serve from Lums though. That
it's in. Sorry, I thought
Too
it
good.
might have been wide. It has a great serve. Bomb tee.
Do you feel like you get more from the surface by going a particular direction on the serve here? Like, do you get much bite on it if you're going out wide or down the tee, or
that's back-to-back aces for Lumsden, so yeah, he's clearly feeling the tee serve.
Yeah,
goes
maybe it's
faster.
player
faster.
preference.
He's just answered your question from being on court.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you, Finn, but I'm enjoying the flat serves. I'm finding the flat serves are carrying quite well. I feel like I've struggled to get this kind of slide on my slider wide here, almost like. But maybe that's me. Maybe that's just the way I hit my slider wides. That's a great return, though.
That's so solid.
Great backhand return.
I mean, if I was in Michael's shoes here, looking to change something, I would like to see him play with a little bit more width. We know how good Lumsden is on the baseline laterally, but if he can pull him off the court a little bit more, use some more angle to then open up the space for himself.
called in.
That one's been called in.
Cool, good.
Looks like it was probably out by the reaction of both players, but that's tennis.
Got to deal with what's thrown at you out here.
But yeah, it's a big point, 30 all.
Have you experienced electronic line calling yet at all?
I have not personally.
Nothing apart from the play site stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a little bit different because it's almost like you have to go to the little monitor and check it.
Good serve there.
But yeah, nothing like at the slams where they have just Hawkeye automatic yet. Another strong hold there from Ewan. Yeah, it's interesting though now because I personally don't think Michael's mixed up his shot selection enough. I mean, he's kind of just played quite solid into Ewan.
Yeah, so before we get back into the chat with another cheeky little question that's come in, score update, 6-3 love. Lumsden seems to be running away with it. Final match on show court here at Cardiff Met Tennis Centre. Finn Bass and David Quayle on commentary giving some insight. But what question has just come into the chat?
Yeah, so we got another one from Matthew Story, our stringer here as well. Seems like he's not doing any work, but we appreciate the question. And he's just said that, you know, Lumsden is holding the baseline much better than Shaw. And he's asked how important keeping position on the court is at this level. And yeah, to answer that, it's massively important. I just spoke about how good Lumsden is laterally on the baseline and sees the ball very well when it is short. And that's why I just said if I was in Michael's shoes, I would use some width and more angles to get Lumsden off of the court because at the moment he is very comfortable with what's happening out there. Dave, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think his court position, it's tough to play people that hold the baseline well because it takes a lot of time away from you and you get that feeling like you're kind of suffocating a little bit. So, yeah, great insight from Matt there to pick that up. But, I mean, Ewan's just taken that ball so early. He moves up and down the court really well. But yeah, I think in this match, it'd be interesting to see if Michael can add a little bit of variation, kind of start to pull this out of, Ewan's comfort zone now. A few slices or try and, rip something high. But
it's everywhere right
pass, now. Yeah. I mean, I think Ewan also looks like he's very comfortable and confident right now.
Yeah, nothing wrong with what Michael tried to do there.
No.
Great pass from Ewan. Very low over the net and seemed like from up here got some good angle on it and got Michael on the stretch. But absolutely the right play from Michael there.
3 more break points. Actually, the more central touch on that, as the B-reels are being taken left, right and centre, actually was a good thing for Michael Shaw there. Just caught Lumsden in his body a little bit.
I think the score isn't reflecting of how Michael is playing, and he's playing a good tennis match. He's just got an opponent right now that looks quite confident and is not redlining, because I wouldn't say he's slapping winners, but he's just everywhere in the court. Looks like he's found his groove, and I don't think Michael's playing it badly. The things that he's doing with the intentions that he's got, he looks like he's a point a couple prior was a great play, and Ewan's just made that extra ball, found him in a tricky spot. So I think Michael's doing good things. It's just unfortunately today
piecing it together and a little bit. And Finn was saying, I think Michael actually hasn't played that much tennis because of the studies and things like that. So yeah, it's difficult for him.
Wow, what
boys.
A point.
Great tennis.
Level.
That's an
Again,
unbelievable break.
I mean, tough to fault what Michael's trying to do there. I think he could have closed the net a little bit harder with that backhand volley, if I'm being critical. But again, point construction was fantastic and definitely doing the right thing and playing the right way. But you know, we can see how well Lumsden moves, and it's little points like that. You know, like we said, Michael's not, you know, played as many matches as he has over the last year or two, and obviously Ewan's full time on the ITF circuit. You know, playing week in, week out, and playing a lot of UTRs as well on top of that. And it's very, very fine margins on a tennis court, no matter the level, and that's just showing today a little bit.
I think that's, you know, touching on what you just said there, Finn. Like, it's where tennis is quite a weird one, because on paper you have, you know, a guy around 600 playing an unranked player, you know, 6-3, 4-love up. But what, you know, by watching the match is how good the level actually is, and how many of these moments are just 1 or 2 points that's actually between them. Where Ewan's, wow. Oh, I think that's point of the day so far.
Shot of the day, point of the day. Yeah, all the awards goes to that. Sorry, because you've both played today, but that was quality.
That's all right. I mean, maybe James hit a few forehand winners, but I mean,
that was scenes.
That was unbelievable.
Hell of a shot.
I didn't watch Finn's match because I was playing at the same time, but I mean, that for me is point of the day.
Again, it just goes back to, you know, Michael's doing the right things,
yeah,
but just not coming off at the moment.
Sorry.
First cheap point I've seen from Ewan for a while there.
That's literally the same thing I was thinking. It's the only ball I've really seen that, you know, is one I was expecting Ewan to make that he's actually missed, but maybe it's a little bit of relief for Michael that he's not got love 40 down already. I'd love to know what Michael's thinking right now in terms of, you know, belief in this match, because he's, you know, playing someone that feels very hot right now, and
certainly tough. I mean, that's 10 games in a row now indoors, and with someone who serves as good as Michael.
Wow, great serve first ball there from you. I'm sorry to cut you off there.
That's okay. Yeah, with someone who has a great serve as Michael does, you got to be out there and holding your service games. But you know, Ewan's playing fantastically. Another great serve.
Yeah, great hold again from Ewan. He's doing very well with what he's got at the moment in terms of serving really well, returning well. You know, he seems like he's got an answer for most of what Michael's putting in front of him.
And when you are sort of really running away with it, 6-3, 5-love now, when you're in that position, guys, like how often do the thoughts enter your head of closing out matches? Have you struggled with that in the past? Because I know it is a problem sometimes with players where they struggle to close out matches. Have you ever struggled with it?
Have you ever been?
I mean, it's closing out a match, no matter the scoreline, is always tough. Yeah. Doesn't matter who you're playing. It's just part and parcel of the sport. But I think with the way this match has gone, I think Ewan's just found a incredible level. You know, it's gonna take something miraculous to change it around. But at least the least Michael can do here is get this game on the board and hold and see what happens. But you know, closing a match is never ever easy, no matter the scoreline.
It's never easy, no matter who you play, really. Either. I mean,
yeah, you can play the biggest bunny in the world, and it would still be a bit tough, huh?
Yeah, it's true. It's so much of it is just mental now. You know, say you make a return like that. You know, Michael goes, okay, I can still feel a bit of life in this match.
And it doesn't even have to get back to level. You know, it can get to 5-3, and then Ewan's like, oh, this is a bit interesting now. You know, it's just a couple of games away from starting to get a bit interesting. So it's
That's the beauty of tennis, isn't it? It's, you know, it can change very quickly.
Yeah.
So you just got to see what Michael can do here and if he can do it.
Oh. Held that one nicely there.
I mean, backhand deliciously hit. I'm getting a lot of food references, like a lot of tasties today.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm starving, to be fair. That's probably why.
You just get some lunch in you, mate.
Yeah.
Was that? Oh, I thought it was a return winner. My bad.
Serve just long, and I from watching this match from halfway through the first set, I just don't think Michael's made enough first serves here. This is it's a big weapon of his, and it doesn't matter how well you serve, how big your serve is. If you're not making enough first serves, you just put yourself under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's been low, that first serve percentage for sure.
And again, that just comes down to probably match tightness, match fitness. Never easy.
Boom.
Good deep return there from Lumsdo, and a short ball punished.
He's on it. I just think that that jump that he uses just sort of eliminates the fact that he's not a tall bloke, you know? He's able to counteract that so well.
Did you ever play Lumsden at college? Because I'm just looking at the notes on this laptop. And
No, we never played. We did play Washington State when he was there, but I didn't play him personally.
Oh, he's just got it again. He's
set a match point.
He's got Michael Shaw just on a piece of string in that sort of exchange, it seems.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off again there, Finn.
It's okay. And yeah, he went from Washington to Mississippi State
for the Masters.
Yes, and did not play them either. Different conference.
Seems to be working whatever he did, because match points now.
Oh, I thought he made that. I was going to say that would be an unreal one to close out on.
Again, great play from Michael there. Playing the right way. Ewan nearly poked that passing shot, but
yeah, some better signs from Shaw in these late stages for sure.
Is that a pun there?
Who knows? I guess you could see a Shawshank Redemption here.
There we go.
Haha.
For those that don't know, Michael Shaw's nickname for this week is Shawshank. So, a little movie and Michael Shaw reference for you.
There we go, game, set, match, Lumsden.
There we go, Ewan Lumsden gets his first dub on the board in the Progress Tour's Novellus Easter Bowl. Happy days for the Scot.
Great match. I mean, I think Ewan was quite impressive there. I wouldn't say he really did much wrong.
Yeah. No, not at all. I think he, after that slow start, I mean, that's 12 games on the bounce there, and certainly found his rhythm, got the balance between playing aggressive and playing really solid there. And I just don't think Michael did enough to throw Ewan off that momentum and the rhythm that he found there. As I kept saying, I think Michael was trying to do the right things, but yeah, Ewan just had an answer today, and that's just how the sport goes sometimes.
Well, that brings a close to the commentary for today. Yes, hope you enjoyed it. I mean, I'm happy. I got to go down and do a post-match interview, but if you want to close out the comms and send it down to me, have a final bit of analysis, and then say Alex has got the post-match interview with you and Lumsden. I'll give you a little thumbs up to then go to me. Happy with that?
Yeah, we got you.
All right,
we're
sweet.
fine with that.
Happy day.
So yeah, Finn, what did you make of all that then? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, just going to reiterate what I just said there. Yeah, slow start from Lumsden there. Probably getting used to the conditions, the balls, whatnot. But just found a incredible level there. Just don't think he was put under pressure enough by Michael. It looked a little bit comfortable out there. Would have liked to have seen a little bit more variation, or a big change up of tactics, just to at least try and throw Ewan off his momentum swing and rhythm there. Definitely thought he was trying to do the right things, but as I just said, I think Ewan had an answer for everything today, and sometimes you've just got to say too good to your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, if you were coaching Michael, like, how would you, what would you say to him right now?
I would have liked to have seen more serve and volley from him, and using more width. I think we're about to have the post-match interview
we
now.
are. We're just waiting for Alex to give us the little thumbs up, but let's just have... Okay, over to Alex for the post-match interview.
All right then, congratulations, Ewan Lumsden. Thanks for joining us. Pretty sublime performance from you. Your thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, I thought it started a bit slow. Michael started well. I thought he was making it tough for me. He was making a lot of first serves and playing good. And then I just got my first game on the board. And then after that, just started to find the rhythm and played a lot better. And I don't think he had his best day, obviously, but I just kept on it and tried to play every game tough.
Well, yeah, because you went 3-love down, like you say, and things were looking actually quite tough for you out there. And then all of a sudden, you didn't lose a game for the rest of that set, and then you went 2-love up, and things you ran away with it.
Yeah, just started to get confident with the balls, and just they can get quite soft. So just adjusting to that, and just playing aggressive each point, and it was working well.
Yeah. And then we've mentioned a little bit on commentary, but you're fresh off a doubles title back home in Scotland with Johnny O'Mara, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, it was good. Not bad playing with him. He's been 40 in the world doubles, so learn a lot, and good to win that with him. And yeah, it was a good few days for sure.
And then obviously this week we're having a lot of fan engagement, a lot of live chat sort of going on. With people have been sending questions a little bit about your game, but one in particular, you were able to in that match stick to the baseline really well, something that they thought you did better than Michael. Yep. Your thoughts on that? Was that a conscious tactic?
Yeah, just try to not give him too much time, take his time away, because he can play. He's a really good player and he has a lot of time, so I just had to stay close to the baseline and not give him too much time to pick where he wanted to hit the shot.
All right then, so first dub on the board. Must be feeling good going into the rest of the few days. Obviously semi-finals and finals there on Friday, but you've got a few matches to go till then.
Yeah, it's the next few, I think Ryan tomorrow, so both are going to be tough matches against Ryan and David, so just going to see what happens, try and play good.
Yeah. Rest of today, we've obviously got use of the physio. What are you going to be doing in Cardiff?
Yeah, just have a protein shake from the room and just chill out. Really,
You're still getting big, even on competition day.
Have to. Yeah, gotta stay big. Yeah.
Ewan, congratulations. We'll let you crack on with the day, and we'll see you on the live stream tomorrow.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Crack on. All right then. Well, that concludes the action on the show court for today. Let's take a quick thank you for the sponsors, and then we'll come back with a bit of post-match analysis with Alex Lubinsky, and then we'll see you tomorrow. But for now, let's go to the ads, and we'll come back with a bit of post-match analysis. All right, well, we're back, and a little bit of post-match analysis with the dedicated coach's eye for the week, Alex Lubinsky. That was some performance from you and Lumsden after being 3-love down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he tightened up his game, you know, cut out the errors, became a little bit more aggressive, and made some great passing shots. I mean, it was difficult to fault him, really. Played really well. A big finish to the end of the day. I thought all the matches were actually quite different. You know, we had a three-setter in there. We had players that were dominating from the back, players coming forward, big servers. You know, a lot of action. So yeah, really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed commentating on it, and hopefully we'll have more action to come tomorrow for you guys, where you can get involved, watch more matches like this, and get more player insights from the players themselves.
So day one complete. What was your favourite part of the day? Any highlights that stood out to you?
I really enjoyed that little drop shot that Lumsden got to, and then played that.
Unbelievable.
That, you know, it made my hip hurt just looking at it. So yeah, it was one of those that. Yeah, if we had a slow-mo of that, maybe we can find it and then put it over. Yeah, it was a good one. So, but apart from that, I mean, I just thought everybody's level was so high. You know, that really didn't feel like there was a difference between, you know, the top guys and, you know, and guys of, you know, 600 in the world. So, just shows how high, you know, pro tennis level really is. And yeah, it helps that, you know, there's a lot of support, you know, from companies like Hotel Planner and Novellus that help players travel, help players with their needs on tour, and yeah, I guess it's yeah. Let's see how the next days go.
Yeah. No, exactly. I mean, what's so great about this event this week? I mean, we've got juniors from Tennis Wales training over there. They're getting to see the likes of these ATP professionals playing. It's such good inspiration for them. And like you say, the level's been awesome.
100%. I think I hope there's you guys out there found some inspiration as well, because there's been some great tennis there that's been played, and I mean, it's been a pleasure to actually watch and commentate and really get involved in the game. Made me want to get out there and play myself. I've got my racket, as I said before.
There's a couple of plugs in there. He's keen to get on.
I'm keep asking players. I'm like, do you want to hit? Do you want to hit? Yeah.
Dedicated practice partner for the week.
I know, right? Yeah, we'll put that on the channel.
Yeah. No, exactly. Well, yeah, thanks very much for coming on commentary, and thanks for being here, because it's so awesome to be able to be part of Top Tennis training for this week, and yeah, hopefully your viewers enjoyed it.
It's been a pleasure, guys, and yeah, make sure you tune in tomorrow. I think we're starting, is it an hour later?
Yeah, so 10 a.m. play will start, coverage will start from 9:40 a.m. So yeah, any final plugs to get people to come onto the stream?
And yeah, if you have any burning questions that you want to ask, make sure you keep them and ask them when you come on tomorrow. We're going to have more matches, more action. It's going to be great, you know. And actually, hopefully, we'll get on court and do a little bit of coaching on court as well, where we can give you some tips and insights from the court and actually, break down a little bit of the game. So even more action to come tomorrow. So look out for it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be trying lots of new different things here this week. But that brings coverage to an end on day one of the Progress Tour's Novellus Easter Bowl. Alex, thanks for joining us, and see you guys tomorrow at 9:40 a.m.
Make sure that you leave a comment under this video and let us know what you think of this video. Let us know what you think of the coverage. We want to hear from you. It's not just us putting it out there. This is your chance to get involved. So leave a comment under the video, press the like button, share it with anyone who's going to get involved tomorrow. See you soon.
See you tomorrow.